Hello. What's up, fawners? What's going on, chat? Hello, hello. Trump, Trump, Trump. Kamala, Kamala. Democrats, Republicans. Debates, debates. Trump. Trump is a bad man. He's the baddest bad man. Sin, thank you so much for the auto renew. How's it going, guys? Happy Friday. It is Friday. It is a Friday. Let's hope my internet doesn't go down again, guys. It's so frustrating. I think it's 3 times this week that my internet's just completely gone down. Completely. What up, Juicy? Even if the sky keeps falling, even when the sun don't shine, I got my pen. If you have Xfinity, there's something going on. I have, what's it called? Spectrum. I have poop butt Spectrum, and it's poopy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. My internet, my husband's work internet has been going on and off. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how you have one job to connect me to the world. How does it just like go out? Shouldn't they come in and like change some fuses or something when it like happens like this often? Don't we pay a lot of money? It's a lot of money. Verizon 5G, there's no way. There's no way I can do that. There's no way. They don't care. Yeah, it's true. They're collecting that paycheck and they don't care. Chat. I also want to make everyone aware of something that happened this week. I made a big. Actually, my girlfriend made this purchase for me. It's a keychain, and it's a shark Lego action figure. And you guys just all need to be aware of this. Show us the tail again? Yeah, it's got a tail. It's not a big deal. Look at that. Look at that. Insanely cool. Please pressure your government to send more aid to Israel. Nah. Where did I get my glasses? I got them on Temu. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to like 5K. Maybe even 10. Let's get some debates in here, guys. If you're a Trump supporter and you want to tell me why you like Trump, hop in the box. I used to love Spectrum when I had it for free. We are your allies. Okay. I may have ordered the T-Mug I've seen you streaming with. Man. I hope you got the right one. I hope you got it. Hello?
Hello?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I voted for Donald Trump.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
Well, honestly, you can say what you will about policy, but I mostly just like his character, like who he is as a person. That's why I voted for him.
Are you shitting my dick?
Oh man, I mean, honestly, if you look at how he's run businesses, he knows how to run businesses. And I was just tired of these politicians coming in here saying we need a man in office. We need a man in our office. All right, not no. Hey, I'm just fucking with you, bro.
God damn it.
Hey, good luck though getting Trump supporter up here.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
All right, kick my ass.
Get out of here. Chat. Sup S in my D, guys. Sup S in my D.
Hey, man, just want to say I love what you do, man. Woohoo! Love you.
I love you back. Thank you.
Yeah, you take care, man, okay?
Well,
Have a great rest of your day.
will do. Will do. I'm gonna do that, guys. Will do. How many times? Yeah, I know. I was about to pull up. There's a really good website called TrumpFile.org, and you can just like read the whole timeline of. He's had a hell of a go at it with business. He's had a hell of a go at it. He sure has tried. I'm so sad I wanted to go to America, but now I'm too scared. I have to wait 4 years. Yeah. Yeah, do not come. Do not come. I want to see those tourism numbers down. Do I actually like pickles? I'm okay with pickles. Like, well, yo, what's up, Randy? I'm okay with pickles, you know. Zesty pickles. Yeah, make our numbers hurt. Make our GDP crash. Show the world and show the Republicans that this president is bad for the economy, because he is. Nobody's going to come here and risk of getting fucking deported to the worst prison on earth. No. No one's going to do that. Bread and butter pickles are trash. I'll die on that hill. I agree. I agree. Absolute crap. Favorite Pokemon game? I grew up... Guys, hold on. I grew up, my first Pokemon game was Pokemon Red. And I don't know, I don't show this off too often. You guys see behind me? Whoop. Can I zoom? Can I zoom? You guys see those Pokemon Game Boys up there? It's not a big deal or anything. It's just way awesome as fuck. Just super fucking way awesome. I like the originals, the OGs. Who just subscribed? Thank you. Thank you, Mom. When is the military going to step up and protect the Constitution of the United States? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, yeah. Oh my gosh, guys, get ready for this one.
I'm curious to see how. Let's see how is Pickles going to spin this story against. No matter what he does, is not enough. So I'm curious to see how you're going to discredit him. You have to give him credit. He released the Martin Luther King Jr. and RFK assassination files. Are you going to somehow downplay that, or are you going to make, you know what, Trump, good job.
Hey, good stuff. Good stuff. Swear, I mean, good stuff.
You're going to see. That's okay. That's what. So you're going to downplay the significance of the transparency and honesty.
The transparency. The transparency.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Do you mean the transparency with our military plans?
See, this is the problem. You don't want to. Okay, see, that's the thing. You guys laugh like it's funny, but you don't realize how big of an accomplishment that was. Nobody else was being honest and transparency to the people.
Oh yeah, this is the most transparent administration we've ever seen. That's true.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, but I'm not saying that.
It's
you're missing the point. Hey, you're missing the point, dude. That's not what I'm saying. You're missing the point, man. I'm trying
what? Hey,
okay,
Bub, hey, you good?
Oh, I'm great. Oh man, I just find it funny that you guys missed the point. You know, you don't even want to admit. You know what, Trump? You did something that you made an accomplishment. You made progress. You know that nobody else has done. You know,
hey, where are the Epstein files at, bro? Didn't he say he was going to release those a while back? What are they doing with those? Dude, this is the final boss.
Oh,
this is the final boss of Rumble, chat. What is this, dude?
So basically, what you're saying is this is not enough. No. See, you're making a mockery. See, you're basically what you're saying is what he does is not enough. Because even if he were to release the Epstein files, you would come up with some.
What am I
other
supposed to
next
be like?
story.
All right, you know what? Hey, besides fucking up the economy, besides being a complete fascist and taking everyone's First Amendment rights away by scaring reporters and news stations and bullying lawyers' offices, don't mind all that. Let's look at these Martin Luther King files. Let's look at those because that changes everything. False. I don't give a flying fuck. Right now, we are in a disaster. We're in a constitutional crisis, and you're focused on the fucking Martin Luther King Jr. files, dude?
You're being serious. Okay, so it doesn't matter then. Basically, what you don't care anything.
No,
about
nobody's even looking at that. No one's looking at it. It's not even going to make the news.
Dude, Pickles, these are two of the biggest assassination attempts in assassinations in American history. And
It's not going to make the news. It's not going to make the news. You know what? Some people were wrongfully sent to like the world's worst prison in the last few weeks. Some people were wrongfully sent because of the tattoos they had. People are scared to come to America. And you're talking about one guy that got assassinated a while back. It's not registering in anyone's radar right now. Not even close. We're losing our rights as we speak.
Pickles, you say one guy, you're downplaying. This is the biggest assassination in the history of the country, and you are going to sit here and tell me that it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, we're already back.
Disrespectful.
Dude, Trump reversed the segregation laws in the federal government, and you're going to pretend like this is him doing this is in any way, shape, or form like a service to us?
Dude, you want people to crash out. You want people to crash out. You spin the story. You try to pivot. You want people to crash out, dude. Half the stuff you just said is not true.
He did reverse segregation laws in the federal government. He did do that.
That's your misinterpretation. I understand what you're referring to. That's your misinterpretation.
What am I misinterpreting?
That, well, again, I understand where you're coming from, but at the end of the day, I understand your perspective.
Okay, this doesn't tell me what I'm misinterpreting, does it?
Dude, because what you said is not true, and it would take me too long, dude. It'll take me too long to debunk what you
justify it.
True.
Yeah, go figure that out for yourself. Go figure that out for yourself and come back.
I got a phone call. What you just said, it's not true.
He's real. I swear to God, that guy's real. Chat, he's real. Whew. Yellow?
Oh my God, what was that?
Hey, just a normal day in MAGAville.
God damn. Okay. I was just gonna say you're absolutely correct. You're correct.
Thank
They're
you.
about to fuck around. They're about to find out. So that's all I'm gonna say.
I appreciate you.
Let me
Thanks for
give
having
you a
my back
follow,
on
bro.
that. Thank you.
But yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Trump sucks. He's destroying the country. He took away all our rights, and he's still trying to make the white man richer. Well, the white man that's billionaire, rich, all that. But us
Agreed.
lower class people, we don't get shit. So
I agree. Listen, I'm not looking for friendlies, but I appreciate you coming up and having my back on that.
no problem. Sorry that my Alana, they still won't find out. They never get it. No, they won't. Never. And they think we're gonna try to march with them on April 5th. No. I'm gonna sit my black ass at the house unless if I have work.
Well, I'm gonna get to this next debate. I appreciate you coming up.
Bet.
All right.
Y'all have a blessed day.
You too. Yellow.
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I voted for Trump.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I don't necessarily know if I like him, but I mean, he's pretty much doing everything he said. The alternative, well, we just went through that for 4 years, so that kind
It
of
was
really pushed.
fantastic, wasn't it?
Was it? Why would Trump have won then?
I don't know. It seems like you guys bought into the whole like eating cats and dogs, the whole country being invaded thing.
No, that's not it at
Kamala
all.
not being black,
I mean,
that stuff.
who said that?
Trump,
Okay, what does that have to do with why people voted for him?
because he says outrageous things so that you guys don't actually talk about policy. You talk about shenanigans.
Well, I said something about the last 4 years, and you completely discounted it to go back to a simple Democratic talking point. Of course, the Republicans wouldn't have voted for Trump based upon how the country is doing. It would have to be that they're racist and misogynistic and homophobic.
Something like that. Do you
Well,
guys do you
That's
do,
okay if you feel that
can
way,
you-
but you didn't. It
can
wasn't
you-
your vote.
can you
that
tell me one
mattered.
of the things Trump's done that he promised you? Like, did he lower the price of food yet? Did he do that?
No, I don't know. I don't really do grocery shopping, so I wouldn't know.
And his tariffs are probably going to raise the price of oil too, huh?
So you're saying in the future I should be concerned about it and base his policy on what you're concerned about and your fear mongering?
No, but when he said he made all these promises, he promised the world like the obvious promises with no backing with like policy ideas. So like he's going to come in and help in like the economy on day one, but you go and look further in his policies online and there was actually like no plan to do any of this. There's no like detailed plan for any of that. So you have no idea what you signed up for. You signed up for the
I
biggest
didn't. s-
like the biggest
No.
promises a politician could make with no plan.
You never heard me saying that I voted for Trump based upon his first day promises. So that's another accusation,
Okay.
I guess.
Okay, you said
And I
he
don't know
fulfilled his
anybody-
promises, right? That's what you just
I
said?
say he's fulfilling his promises.
Okay.
He's working on the
So he's not,
method.
is he?
He's working on it.
No, he's not. He's doing the opposite, right?
I don't believe that.
He's about
So
to
I
do
guess
tariffs
when-
that nobody wanted.
Okay. Which he said he was going to do. Biden had
He-
tariffs as well. Did you complain about those? The 100%
Blanket tariffs.
They're not blanket tariffs.
Trump's going to do blanket tariffs. He did blanket
On
tariffs
which
already.
country? On which
China.
country? China? So
Yeah,
what?
20%. What do you mean, so what?
What do you
That
mean,
makes
so what?
consumer goods and produce go up. So that's the opposite of making things cheaper, isn't it?
So should they be able to steal our technology for the existence of their country?
Does this stop them from doing that?
I don't know. Will it?
No,
know?
it doesn't. They're ahead of us in every way.
Okay, and we help them get there. But how are you
How so?
predicting what's going to happen in the future?
How could any of us
Based
know what's
upon-
going to happen? Because he didn't tell
Wait.
us, did he? He didn't tell us anything about what he's going to do, did he?
Well, he is. He says he wants a fair trade deal with these countries.
What the fuck does that mean?
He wants, when we trade them something, they buy it at the price that we trade it for. And equally, we get their products at the price they sell it for. They don't get to tax our stuff.
What does that even mean? Who's doing that? Who's taxing our stuff?
All of Europe does that.
Okay, they
What are you
so
talking about?
they have things tariffed just like we have things tariffed. But when Trump does extra blanket tariffs, when like we have 99% free trade with Canada and he threatens them with blanket tariffs on 100% of all things, that's not really reciprocal tariffs, is it?
Well, has he done that?
That's what he's
care about
threatened.
his words.
Well,
But he
everybody
wants
else
things
does.
out of them. Why shouldn't we be able to, if we're providing them more than they're providing us, why can't we ask them to do stuff for our country? They expect us to do things for their country. Why aren't we allowed to demand things for our country? Why do we got to go around
He's-
kissing everybody's butt
Be-
or paying
do-
them off?
do you
or
see-
protecting them?
Do you see what it's doing to our stock market and what to our economy? You see how it's like crashing right now? That's why.
pull up a 30-year stock market chart right now and show me how bad it looks?
Are you going to
do
tell me
that?
that it's like up from 30 years? Because it is.
No, I want you to show me the dip. How bad this dip is compared to the 500 other dips.
Are you just going to
5,000
try to
other
tell me that since it's high, because it goes up every year. Every president's made record-breaking stock market gains, but this has made it go down just from things he's said. Are you going to
Okay.
say that's not true?
That's true of the stock market. It's all speculation. Are you surprised?
The things
why do you
he
think
is
oil?
saying, he doesn't even have
Why
a
do you think
solid plan.
why do you think oil was up all during Biden's administration? Because they're going to end all petro. It's the same
Yeah,
thing. Did you have a big problem with that because prices
well,
went up, or were you okay
actually,
because it was a Biden thing?
poor Bobby, that's not true. Oil went up because of Trump.
Oh, okay, all right.
Did you know that?
So the speculation of Trump's words are more real because they're Trump than the speculation of Biden's words.
So
because you
Biden's
support
saying
him.
that once versus Trump forcing Saudi Arabia to reduce their oil supply by 9.7 million barrels a day. Which one do you think is more effective to the oil prices?
Well,
Which one?
I guess I can look at his previous administration, and when he left office, it was like in the twos.
That's
I
not
don't
how
really
we do
care
that.
about oil. Oil's not even bad right now.
So you don't want to talk
Clearly,
about oil anymore now that I've just cornered you on that?
No, I didn't bring up oil. I talked about your example of using speculation, how it affects things, but ignoring the fact that that just happened last presidency. So again, you had these built-in excuses for Biden. Everything went wrong. All the messes he left Trump to deal with, and you're going to have an excuse for all of those, how they're not his fault. He was helpless. He couldn't do anything about it.
No,
Trump did it before.
we just look at policy, we look at things and actions the president made, and we see how that affects the economy. We see how that's good or how it's bad, what we should do again, what we shouldn't do again. And you guys just give Trump all of the credit of all of the good metrics he gained while golfing in office, and none of them to actually actions he made, anything that he did. But when he inorganically made the price of oil skyrocket for 2 years straight, for locking in Saudi Arabia into reducing the world's oil supply by 10 million barrels a day, which is just about exactly how much we were making in 2017. You don't think that has an effect on the price of oil when Biden increased oil production every year he was in office more than Trump? And if he stopped drilling oil a year before he got out of office, he still would have drilled more than Trump. You guys don't like to acknowledge any of that. You just like to say, oh, Biden said this one thing once and it affected the price of oil.
So you're saying Biden was helpless to do anything about a deal that Trump made, even though when the first day that Biden
He locked
got
it in for 2 years. Yeah.
Okay, so Biden couldn't have renegotiated any deals. Yeah,
no, because he pissed off the Saudis.
First day he got in office, he went and changed about 100 of Trump's policies, day one.
Yeah, those are executive orders.
Okay, when it came to things that were bad for America, the baked-in excuse was that Biden was helpless. He couldn't do anything about that because
that's straw manning. That's straw manning. If we made a deal with the Saudis and pissed them off, if Trump pissed off the Saudis, yeah, they told us to go fuck off when we try to go to the table with them. Yeah.
Okay, so is that a lack of leadership or just the Saudis are a stronger
If you think pissing off foreign countries is a lack of leadership, I would refer you to the whole world right now not even wanting to be friends with us because of Trump.
Because we're not paying them off anymore?
Paying them off? Do you mean we're bullying them in every way? We're trying to take over Greenland and the Panama Canal, and then we're asking Denmark to send us more eggs, and we're pulling out of the world's support for Ukraine, and we're talking about tariffing blanket tariffs on our biggest trade partners, China, Mexico, Canada. Even after Trump negotiated deals and shook hands and said, this is better, NAFTA was bad and my deal was better. The USMCA is where it's at. I'm the best deal maker ever. And when we come back and the same trade deals are super bad, he says, oh, we're getting ripped off so bad. Well, he's the one who made these trade deals.
He did make those deals. And if you have a strong ally and you request something from that ally, such as control your border, and they refuse to do it based upon principle, especially with Canada, you can't even, if you have a felony, you ain't getting into Canada. If you don't have your papers, you ain't getting into Canada. So there's no comparison to what we deal with on the southern border is what we deal with at the northern border. And Canada would most certainly not let millions and millions and millions and millions of people into their country. So for us to ask them, look, we've got a human T problem, we've got a F problem, we have all these serious significant problems that really are affecting our country. Can we get some assistance to that? And they're unwilling to do it.
Guess who did that without having to threaten 25% tariffs and crash the economy? Guess who could do that? Biden. He got $1.5 billion from Mexico for border security, and Trump has to go do silly shit because he's been calling them rapists and criminals and people that poison the blood of our country and vermin and animals. That's why he has to threaten them so hard, because he has no friends.
Well, I don't think he needs friends. What does he need friends for?
So that we don't have to crash our economy when we get concessions from our friends, from our allies.
Well, the economy's not crashing. The Fed just came out last week and said we're in good shape. The tariffs probably won't have much effect on anything. So
Okay.
you're more...
It will have effects on consumer goods. It will slow down the trade of commodities.
It will, but now you care about prices?
Yeah.
We've watched prices skyrocket for 4 years.
And what did Biden do to make that happen? Did Biden do that?
What did Biden do to help that?
He did the Inflation Reduction Act.
And what did that do?
It reduced inflation every single month
Didn't reduce
afterwards.
Inflation.
Of course it did.
Stopped it from going up so quickly.
It reduced inflation every single month.
It slowed it down. It's not a reduction.
Hey, it reduced the rate of inflation. It sure did.
Okay, well, however you want to pretend like it got better, the fact is prices across the board from food, clothes, cars, homes, everything is 25 more.
And what did Biden do to do that?
He did nothing. He's got no power. He's a helpless old man. You're right.
No, wait. You're blaming it on Biden. What did he do to make it go high?
I'm saying that's a contributing factor why people...
Okay, so Biden
Trump.
didn't do that. Got it.
No, I mean, you're not going to accept it. Why would I care? I think the guy's an old bag. I'm not going to...
It's like 3 years older than Trump.
But he's a mess, and you know that. But whatever. So you won't defend your man. I'm surely not going to defend him. He's not my guy. I didn't vote for him.
Well, I'm just asking you, like, if Biden did something to make the price of houses and stuff go up, we should look at those actions and be like, hey, we shouldn't do that anymore. But I can tell you things Trump did to make the price of housing go up. You want to know?
Sure.
Do you know what the Dodd-Frank Act is?
Slightly, yeah.
Okay, well, after he made revisions to that, and guess what? Ever since Trump left office the first time, we've seen investors their representation in the single-family home market go from 10% to 20%. They've doubled. They're buying up all the homes. And you know what Trump does? He blames migrants. He's blaming migrants on the cost of housing so that you don't see what he did to fuck up the housing market.
I've never heard him blame a migrant for the cost.
He absolutely has.
Okay, well, I've never heard it.
Yeah, well,
I'm just saying, honestly, I've never heard anything like that. I don't take the things he said to that much heart like you guys do.
Yeah, I know. You guys pick and choose.
Well, no, it's just like I don't live and die on what a politician says. I don't
I
don't run or rule my life.
That's a safe mindset. That helps you sleep at night, huh?
No, it's how I make it through the day. It's how I help my community. It's how I take care of my family. I don't go like with my Constitution in my back pocket and
now the Constitution's wishy-washy.
Really?
You guys are all constitutionalists when it comes to 2A, but when it comes to the First Amendment or when it comes to birthright citizenship, you guys are kind of iffy. You guys are kind of in the gray area.
No, I said I don't carry one in my back pocket.
Yeah, because you don't care about it?
Face. I mean, I care about it as much as you do, I guess. Remember when Biden said the Supreme Court blocked me because I was unconstitutional, but I'm going to find another way.
Yeah, and then he did it right. He did it the right way. He didn't threaten to impeach them, did he?
So he made fun of the fact that he was trying to skirt the law.
No, he's not skirting the law. He had to do it lawfully. And he didn't call for them to be impeached because he's not a fascist.
So we didn't get 14 or 15 news stations repeating, this is a constitutional crisis on their opening monologue.
I don't remember that, but we have Trump actually doing anti-constitutional things, like antithetical as fuck to the First Amendment and to the Fourth Amendment and to the Fifth Amendment. He's sending people to the world's worst prison without due process, and you're sitting out here going, well, at least he's putting tariffs on things.
No, I didn't say that, but what did you expect was eventually going to happen when we have allowed this immigration system to be so broken for so long, while you sit there and cheer as Biden and the rest of the
You're going to justify, you're justifying anti-constitutional behavior for the sake of national security. Shocker. The authoritarian playbook.
No, but you stay silent on immigration for 20 years, 30 years, and now because there's something happening with it, you're going to get upset. Well, you didn't hold your your leaders accountable to do
Yeah.
anything about it to
And
improve the
and
system.
who was the mass deporter in chief again? Who was he? What was his name?
Obama.
Okay. Sit down.
So, what didn't he deport more than anybody else?
Yeah, that's right. So sit down.
Okay. So, but either way, that did not solve the problem. And how are we supposed to improve it for migrants, improve it for Americans, if the system is completely broken and out of control?
We
the idea?
write a law. We pass a law, which Trump was totally against because he wanted to run on the border. Because you guys have nothing else to run on. Republicans have nothing to give or offer you guys because they've pigeonholed themselves into policy such as tax breaks. They don't want to give you anything else because they labeled it as socialism. They have fear-mongered against every single thing that the left offers. They can't really offer y'all anything.
But you don't offer it. You say, you talk about it. Let's take it. Let's jump on my plane. Let's go to 100,000 different communities in America and ask them how they're doing, how this federal government is working for them, how the $7 trillion a year is lifting those communities up.
Yeah, I can tell you.
Through TikTok, you can flip through TikTok right now and find plenty of people
You're
that
right.
disagree with you that things are working.
We should take a wrecking ball to it so that even more people go hungry, even more veterans are homeless. We should do that. We should do that instead of help them.
That's the excuse on not wanting to fix it and keep getting the free lunch for all the people scamming the system.
A free lunch for all the kids that should probably just get a job.
No, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the people in charge that are getting bank off the American people while
they're totally
suffer.
They're totally able to do it for a whole 6 months before they're kicked off of most of these programs. You guys are so full of it, dude. You guys don't know what you're against or for.
You're being disingenuous with what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the people that are in need, not the American citizens that are in need. The people that are running all these programs that are stealing all the money. Where's all the money going?
So you guys don't want any oversight on them? You just want to just delete all of those programs? You don't want people to get help because some people take advantage of it?
That's not what I said at all.
Well, that's what you're straw manning all of the social safety nets that the left fights for and it puts in place because some people take advantage of it because some people are lazy. That's how you demonize it. You guys will never give veterans help. You guys will never help anybody.
I'm not saying the veterans. Where is all the money going?
We can see it. It's all transparent. Do you know what a God damn it, inspectors general is?
Okay. Infrastructure Act. How many electric pumps have been put in the ground?
As of today, it was like 200 plus. You're gonna say 7, right?
How much money?
Yeah, it's money? Billions. It's like $7 billion.
Okay, there you go.
It's a 10-year plan, though, right?
Okay, how much money has been spent on planning and developing agencies and hiring people to figure out and you have That's a broad question. Well, how much money? You should know.
I should know off the top of my head.
If there's 200 billion allocated, how much has been spent on not the pumps, not the infrastructure?
You know these things take 10 years, right? Do you know what civil engineering is? Civil planning?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How long does that usually take?
Well, I guess it depends on the type of project.
It's about 10 years. About 10 years.
You want the money to provide the government to sit there and absorb and use and hire these people, not to actually put the pumps in the ground, not to provide the infrastructure. You want this government thing to get bigger and grow. Well, it doesn't help the people that it's supposed to help.
You're right. You're right. We shouldn't build infrastructure so that people can use electric vehicles to get all the way across from one side of the country to the other. That's a dumb idea.
Well, you think it would already be built with the mandates and all that?
It's not.
It's not. It's a failure. The amount of money that's been spent on it over the last 20 years, it's a complete failure. People don't even want the cars.
I know that you read an article. You probably read an article like a year ago. There's like, oh my God, only 7 have been built. When you look closer at how government works, they put this money up there in a big pot and they say, hey, these are meant to build EVs. If you send us a bid, we will pay for that so that more EV stations get built. And that's what they do. They allocate some of that money to that effort. And then if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. You guys can't point to a single piece of fraud or waste that Elon has actually pulled and deleted from our federal government. You can't You can't see,
someone
you can't
said,
show us
oh,
one
so
person.
okay, so that's funny. So someone sends them a bid, then what happens?
I don't know. People like
A
Elon get
bunch
overpaid.
about 50 other things happen before it even, and years go by, and many people's pockets filled before one pump goes in the ground. So you're saying, I read an article a year ago, so now in a whole year after $200 billion has been allocated, 193 pumps, so 3.95 per state? How embarrassing.
I mean,
Embarrassing.
again, you guys don't want to do anything at all because you just think that it's bad. Big government bad. But these are the things that add jobs to the market. These are the things that spur the economy. And you guys can strawman them all you want. But I promise you in 10 years, we're going to have all of those EV chargers and you guys are going to have nothing else to cry about, or you're going to move on to the next boogeyman.
I don't care about the EV, but it's obviously it's a failure. It's been around for 20 years and it's not
How come?
implemented.
What is Biden supposed to do to make it go quicker? All he can do is allocate the money to projects, and the rest happens by itself. What is he supposed to do? Go out there with a hard hat and point at places to put EVs? No, you guys are fucking
Maybe a
silly.
shovel.
If you don't know how government projects work, then sit down, stay out of the convo, let the big boys work.
That's our joke. And that's the point. How come we have to spend more money than China and India yearly to take care of our citizens? How come?
Because our dollar is worth more and we have a higher standard of living.
2.2 billion people. So 2.2 billion people, it takes less to take care of those countries, far more area, far more infrastructure. Those countries are growing and building and designing and like coming alive.
Yeah. Do you want to be like China now? The big boogeyman that y'all hate? Y'all want to be like them?
I don't hate China.
Let's do it. Let's be like China then. Let's do it. It's going to take a lot of state-funded and state-owned infrastructure that you just started talking shit about. Let's build some high-speed rail. Let's do it.
No, how do they do it? How do two countries that have over 1 billion people spend less than the federal government?
Gee, I don't know. How come we have a $1 trillion military budget every year and no one else does? Because of Republicans. Because y'all are silly.
No, because we need those friends, and we got 200 military bases around the world, and those people that you pretend that like us, we defend them and we pay for their security.
Actually, most of them have defended us. We've never had to defend them in recent history. Try again.
Not with our planes, but people haven't invaded them specifically. Why do you think Canada has no military?
They do have a military.
They have a garbage military. It's just garbage.
Okay. Well, they're also like a fraction the size of us. They have a fraction of the GDP.
Okay. And they've got us. And they've always had us.
Okay. With or without them, we're...
Not the people, don't get me wrong, I'm not calling their military people garbage. So
they have like the best snipers in the world.
Well, I would hope so. I'm sure they've got very talented people. I'm not trying to talk trash about individuals.
Yeah, well, the end of the year, the things you're crying about cost you this much, and they afford us all of these great things. It's what makes us a very powerful nation. Having a lot of things going on looks like a mess if you don't know what's going on. But yeah, at the end of the year, the average citizen pays about $5,000 in taxes that goes straight to the military. Everything else, it's about like $300. So the things you're crying about, we can delete all of those things, but it's only going to save you this much. In fact, Trump being president, your taxes are likely to go up. If you're not making $360,000 or more, your taxes are still going up while they tell you they're going to save you money. They're not. They're robbing you blind.
What costs more than the military in the United States?
Nothing.
The debt. The interest on the debt.
The debt that Trump's created?
The debt they've all created.
That Trump's created.
But if you care about Medicare, you care about Social Security, you care about veterans, homeless, all these things you pretend to care about to get those
the things y'all dip into all the time?
Wouldn't you think that we should probably address it at some point?
Yeah, every single time a Republican's in office, they do debt spending, they don't cut the budget, they don't do anything to reduce the debt, they spend like fucking idiots. And we have to come in and reduce the deficit for you because we're the only fiscal conservative people in this government.
Who's reduced the debt?
Oh, bless your fucking heart.
You're going to say Biden did?
He reduced the deficit. Do you know the difference between deficit and debt?
the spending. So on his 10-year projections, based upon facts unknown, it's supposed to work out. Trust me. Just trust me.
No, he actually did things to reduce the deficit, such as increase the minimum tax rate for people making 400K or more, for companies that make 400K or more. That was a way that he reduced the deficit. In fact, it brought in $258 billion so far, or is projected to, the next 10 years. And here's what I'm talking about. This is Bush coming in, fucking up the deficit. Clinton coming in, fixing it. Bush 2 coming in, fucking up the deficit. Between these two people deregulating the housing market, they crashed it. And Obama had to come in and bail out all the banks and still reduce the deficit. Trump came in, gave all of his rich friends tax breaks, and exploded the deficit. And Biden came in and immediately reduced it. That is the story of Republicans and Democrats. You guys are the big spenders, and you just think that you're not because the word conservative's in your name. But
No,
you're
it's
not.
not a reduction. You mean they're spending less?
Do you know what deficit means, bro?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the difference between debt and deficit?
I guess his debt is what you owe, and deficit is what you spend.
Deficit
over what
is
you make.
the recurring spending.
Okay, so Trump spent 2.5 trillion in deficit. Biden spent 2.3 trillion. Is that what
Okay,
you mean?
you're just looking at years. You're not looking at legislation. So when Trump writes a bill in 2017, do we pay for that all in 2017?
No.
Okay, right. So during Biden years, is he spending shit that Trump spent?
No, but he's making economic
Yes, he is.
projections
He
to
is.
brag about that he has no clue if it's going to.
Biden is stuck with spending money based on some of the bills Trump passed. Yes, that's how that works. So if you're just looking at the raw numbers, yeah, you might have a point to someone who doesn't know better, but I do. You don't.
So
You're not going to win this one.
Trump wasn't stuck spending money based upon what Obama did.
Obama reduced the deficit, so no, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
No.
So we were working with a deficit when Trump took office, correct?
Do you see the chart? You see how it reduced and Trump came in and increased the deficit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he did worse. That's
So
your
you
point?
think Obama wrote legislation that ballooned deficit when Trump came in? Yeah. No, he didn't. Trump came in and gave all of his rich friends a huge tax break. He told all of our best customers, go home. You don't owe us money. And then they fucking exploded the deficit. And you're like, what?
That was C19. So if C19
It was not
didn't happen,
C19. We're
you
talking
can
about
see it right in
4.4
your chart.
$4.4 trillion before COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And then another 3.8 or something like that afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So it was still twice as much as Biden spent
Still
before
horrible.
COVID.
Still horrible. Okay, I'm not saying Trump did great, but if you look at that, all that is above what we make. All those years, correct?
Above what we make?
Yeah, what we take in. So
Not after
everyone
Trump
that's-
tells everybody to stop paying taxes. No.
Why do you feel that the government is entitled to people's money?
Oh my God. Because they're
I'm
sitting
just
behind the world's biggest military. Someone's got to pay for it, not the poor people.
I understand that, but are they entitled to your money?
Yes. Yes, I drive on the roads. I drink the clean water. Yes, I sit behind the biggest military. Yes, we benefit from the colleges that are funded from the federal government. Our society isn't a bunch of rich, poor, starving people. They're not sitting around like infected with tuberculosis and all sorts of disease. We've done a lot of work to get here, and you guys just don't really know how to look at those details. You know how to be resentful.
What am I resentful about?
Paying taxes?
Your money's. I pay a lot of taxes. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, it sounds like you don't, based on the last comment you just made.
I could do a lot more for my family with the tax money than the federal government just pisses it away.
I highly doubt it.
Well, I think you're wrong. So
you want people to be in the middle of things like between us and services that everyone needs. Do you want to privatize all of our roads now? Do you want to pay tolls on every little fucking road that you drive on? Do you want to privatize the fire department and the police department and the water? Like, it's just the dumbest idea.
Some accountability for the money they spend.
Okay, then you want big government. Then you want oversight, huh?
No, I want
okay, so which one do you want?
to be under control. So here's an example in Michigan. Our governor ran on the whole idea of fix the road. We even got a big handout from C19. We got I think we got $5 billion extra dollars of surplus that they didn't spend. So basically, stolen money, because it didn't go to what it was supposed to go to. So that allegedly has been going to the roads. For an 8-mile, one of our busiest areas in Oakland County, which is one of our nicest counties in Michigan, an 8-mile stretch of expressway took 4 years and cost $275 million.
Okay.
Does that sound reasonable to you?
Somewhat.
Really? $25 million a mile?
For 8 miles?
8 miles.
Yeah. You know how much concrete that is? It's a lot of concrete. Was there a bridge? How many bridges?
No bridges. A bunch of light posts to tell you that you can't drive in the lane that they built with less quality materials. But
I don't know. It sounds like somebody might be scamming somebody in the contracting industry. Let me tell you a little story, all right? Do you know about Trump's deportations? Trump flying all these people around? Did you know that we use a private contractor for a lot of these charter planes? Did you know that this private contractor that Trump uses is one of his biggest donors to his campaign? Did you know that?
no, I did not know that.
Yeah. Yeah, you think that's a money-making scheme or what?
I don't know. The people that own the planes, he's hiring the people that own the planes.
Yeah.
What? Well, wasn't he using military planes and everybody had a fit about that?
I'm sure that's another big one. Yeah. Yeah,
really
he's spending extra money. You feel like this is the most efficient way to do it, to fly people out on planes, on military planes?
I mean, it's the same policy that Biden had. So
No,
they would fly
Biden
them
was
into
using
the
charter
interior.
planes.
Yeah, exactly. Great point. So he'd bring them into the country. My parents have a house right at the southern border, Mission, Texas, where they always film the migrants gathering under the bridges and all that. McAllen Airport is the most southern airport. So that's where one of the staging areas where they bring in the migrants and then they fly them out to different airports all over the country. You can go in there, and I've flown out of there a few times, and you can see that 90% of the customers are migrants, and they're going to this part of the country, and this hub, and this hub, and this hub. So did you care about that? You know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't know how you just look at somebody and be like, "That's a migrant,"
Because they've got a clear folder with their paperwork in it.
and you can see through the folder and see what their paperwork says.
Okay, when 90% of them have no luggage and they have clear folders, what would that? And they go up to security.
Maybe they're going to a
for
convention.
help. Okay.
I don't know.
All day long, every day, every flight.
I don't know. This
Right at
this
the
sounds
border.
very silly. And also, Trump is about to
is
deport.
silly.
He reversed the status of 500,000 people. He's going to deport people who are lawfully here, who are legally here, people who we've done background checks and everything. Every one of these people probably have a job, probably are settled in, probably contribute to our economy. He's yanking them out so they can do some more deportation flights.
When did they develop legal status?
Probably during Biden.
Yeah, 2 years ago when Biden.
And what's wrong with that?
I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but 2 years ago Biden created a state. Do you know how many legal or necessary statuses there are for a migrant to come to this country? Total? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. How many?
I mean, it's over 80. So there's 80 different visas, green cards, asylum, and
it's just crazy to think about, or what?
it's a mess.
No, it's not. We
Really?
used to have a big government that handled all this, and now Trump wants to
Handle it.
deport them because his deportation numbers are so low. They're lower than Biden's, so he's got to pump them up.
I think everybody would be happy if we didn't have to deal with these deportations. What makes
Why?
you think that the Republican voter wants to sit here and deal with all this stuff?
Because
all the
Trump
mess that
promised-
was left behind.
Trump promised there were 20 million illegal migrants here and that the country was being invaded, and he can't fucking find any of them because they're not here, because he lied. Shocker.
How many people are here?
About
Do you have the
13?
number?
About 13 million?
13? What about DACA kids? Do they count?
Those are legal.
Okay, so they don't count?
No.
They have a legal status. How many people over the last 10 years were undetected?
I
How
don't
many
know,
people are
about
on work visa?
about 1.5 million in the last 4 is what's estimated based on like things like footprints, bro.
How many asylum seekers? Like how many people?
I don't know. You tell me. How
I
many is too many
don't know.
asylum
No one
seekers?
knows. You
Of
don't
course,
know. Well, when you have
everybody can. You can look this
organizations
up.
teaching, when you have organizations teaching people how to cheat the asylum system, providing shelter and travel to bring people
To do the
for the
legal way,
asylum process,
to come the legal way.
is it legal?
Asylum, yeah.
How do people come from 5,000 miles away that have nothing? How
They
long would it
walk.
take?
They walk.
Okay.
They pay people. A lot of them are raped on the way here. They do everything. They risk their whole lives coming here.
Okay, so wouldn't it be nice if we had a better system in place
It's
that had some humane, make it
it's
easier to?
it's almost as if Democrats try to do this all the time. And it's almost like
No,
we
they
had a bill
don't.
last year that was shot down by Trump that was going to reduce the time to
Really?
adjudicate these asylum claims from 6 years to 6 months. And if you're going to come 5,000 miles to hang out for 6 months and get kicked out again, you're probably not going to do it. You're not going to do it.
Well, okay, well then go to the closest. If it's that bad and your life's at risk, like you guys claim they are, then they can go to the closest country that they for safety.
I don't care. Like that's the silliest thing. If you're living in the Golden Triangle, like the Northern Triangle, where all of this bad stuff is happening, you think just moving one state over is going to fix anything?
If your life's in danger, I'm assuming it would help.
No. If you're trying to uproot, you're not just going to go to something like half a step up. You're probably going to make a risk. You go all the way to America. You're probably going to come to the United States because it's worth it. And there's legal stuff, and we caused most of this fucking like horrible mess in South America and in Central America. We caused this.
Why is it worth it?
Because they get to come here and there's job market. They want to come here and work.
So the benefits that we provide.
Yeah, we get them on their feet and we benefit from it. We're going to see $2.9 trillion increase in our GDP. If Trump doesn't kick all these people out, that's our projected increase in GDP over the next 10 years. And Trump he's pushed your buttons so hard on this. You don't even know why you want them gone.
No, but you can have a conversation about it you can say truths without being like, I'm anti-immigrant. So we can say like, okay,
you don't even know what your stance is on immigration.
I want people to come, but I just want the system to be better so everybody plays by the same rules.
Nobody wants the system to be better on the right.
Wrong.
Oh yeah.
Wrong.
So when we bring these people in, they're not trying to tell y'all that they want us. We're trying to get them in here to vote Democrat. You don't think that's a thing?
Say the majority of, or a definitely higher majority of Mexican people are of right-leaning.
Yeah.
Christian
until they hear what y'all have to say about them.
Y'all, what are you talking about? I work with plenty of migrants, some legal, some illegal, and I have no problem with them. What is it? I mean,
okay. Well,
I understand what they're going through. I understand that his wife would have to go back to Mexico. They've tried their ass off to get her citizenship, and it's
you're
impossible.
Right. And you would be able to capture these votes if you didn't talk cash shit about them like Trump does.
Well, you're speaking of what people would say about like as being illegal. A lot of
you guys refuse not to call them illegal migrants, which isn't even a real thing. You guys, give me a break, bro.
I don't know the terminology, so I'm being drawn into this conversation. I'm sorry if I don't have the appropriate terminology. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. So I hear 50 different terms for this type of thing, so I apologize. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's not fair that
you have no idea how many people on your side throw a fit when I tell them not to call them illegal migrants. You can't pretend that like it's not a thing, dude.
But you're on TikTok. This is 10% of the most radical.
You want me to go to? You want me to go look at fucking Twitter? Twitter's 70 times worse.
But still, the 70 to 80% in the center of the country don't involve themselves in this type of conversations. Okay, this is the more extreme ends of both sides. So you are going to get some people that are probably a little more out there than the average Joe. But it's a little disingenuous after a historic number of crossings, or however you guys want to label them now, apprehensions or meetings, or however you want to do it, to then, once Biden was known to be losing the election and he was pretty much done for, to bring up a bill and pretend that you cared. We can't forget for 42 months, Biden said, I can't do anything without Congress approval. I can't do anything. And then when that bill went down, the Langford bill, he signed out of nowhere, because the election was coming up, an executive order to limit the number of people that were allowed into 5,000. So not only
I
was
don't think
he
it did that.
lying to us,
It was
it was.
to make sure that people, if you didn't come in through a legal port of entry, that you wouldn't be granted asylum, and it was immediately sued. It was immediately brought to court, and it's probably close to being reversed.
But it helped.
That's what he knew was going to happen.
But it helped out with what was deemed the problem, and he saw it as the problem of the election, so he was finally willing to do something about it. He revoked a bunch of policies that Trump had in place that was helping with the border.
No,
This is all like
some of these things were completely horrible things. Trump and the next person that comes into office, it happens every time. Executive orders get ripped up because, especially the ones Trump's made, they're horrible, dude. It's remain in Mexico, horrible. If you guys, I had somebody come up here and virtue signal on how many people were essayed on the way here being smuggled in. When Trump's remain in Mexico policy only stopped about 70,000 people, and out of those 70,000 people, 3,800 of them were victims of SA, murder, child sex trafficking, like all this stuff. That's a huge percentage. It was creating humanitarian crisis. It created all these like tent cities outside of the gate, and the cartel came and fucked with them, of course. And it didn't stop anybody that came in from Mexico. If you're a Mexican, it couldn't even reply to you because you cannot put an asylum seeker in the country they're seeking asylum from.
I get that, but when they think it's probably not a good idea to come, they're probably not going to come.
Yeah, well, we're not trying to create terroristic threats and cause nations to put fucking warnings on travel warnings on our country because we're so bad.
Well, we have had a broken immigration system for probably.
Then write some laws to fix it.
We both should be. But what do you think was eventually going to happen? We let this stuff go and go and go. And then because now there's a reaction, and what's going to happen? So then next time, say, Gavin Newsom, God help us, wins the election next time. And then he's like, all right. He goes and does what Biden and Miss Harris says. America is open again. Come one, come all.
Now, what happens is Fox News every day talks about there being a wide open border. And you guys are like, what? When all these people flood here, or when Trump does things like give Venezuela, the entire country of Venezuela, which just fell apart, he gives them temporary protective status. Yeah, they fucking flood our border. He did it 16 hours before he left office to sabotage Biden's presidency. 16 hours.
And that resulted in the historic number of people being
between that and COVID and between Trump trying to do a coup on Venezuela and then stopping the trade of oil, which was like 20% of their economy. He did all of that to fucking completely sabotage them. And then he gave them TPS to pull them out of Venezuela to even fuck them up even worse. Yeah.
Well, I don't know much about that, but I can guarantee that is not what we are struggling with as a whole with the immigration. Maybe it has part of it. I won't deny what you're saying, but to say that would be the reason why it became one of the major election issues. And again, you can use your talking point and just say, well, Fox News told them that. They don't have this special secret information that us lefties do. We have this like these secret other forms of news that we get that no one has access to. That's a big one. Like everybody's just brainwashed on the right, and no one can think like a person on the left, and
We
we're all
we can
uneducated,
see
and we
past
know
the
nothing.
spin. That's the difference. Like some people are addicted to outrage news, like my
Really?
parents, and then some of us look at outrage news and then we laugh and then we Google fact checks and we're like, oh my
Really?
God.
Like Russia. Like we're not still dealing with uh,
Russia, Trump's best
residual.
friend?
Is it? Why? Because he's willing to put an effort into a real negotiation.
Yeah, how's that going?
Better than it was the last 3 years. And
Really?
if
The whole world hates us now and is considering us to be allies with Russia? That's how that's going, bro. That's how that's
well,
going. The entire world is having meetings about defending Ukraine and leaving us out of the talks because Trump is considered to be Russian asset or something. Like it's embarrassing that you guys don't see it.
so the countries surrounding Ukraine shouldn't be working together to figure out a solution for
They already
Ukraine.
have been. And now they're
Okay.
doubling down because they're seeing us embolden Russia with weird allyship, weird like enabling them by stopping giving Ukraine military intelligence. The second we took
For
down a
one
military
week.
intelligence,
For
they
1
they
week.
struck.
No, they didn't. They had that planned. Kursk, they've been gathering in Kursk for months to take that land back.
You're telling
So,
me that they wouldn't have been able to do the strike that they did like 12 hours after we took down military intel for Ukraine?
so you're telling me they just magically teleported 50 or 100,000 troops over there? They took them off all the other
No,
areas
they
that
did
they were fighting?
strikes. They did strikes. Strikes that we would have usually have been able to inform them about.
Well, if you're going to blame America for Russia taking back their country,
Oh God.
I think that's
Half of
that's
you guys
silly.
are coping so hard that you're becoming Russian apologists. It's kind of
It's
scary.
not, but again, you can speak facts, you can speak truths, like without being an apologist.
No.
Like, yeah, for sure. Just because someone criticizes Zelensky doesn't mean they're for Russia. It's like maybe Zelensky did something wrong. Maybe Ukraine hasn't handled this thing perfectly. That doesn't mean Russia's in any way not at fault for all of this.
They went in and slaughtered Ukrainians. You guys worry about how Palestine, how the Hamas went in and did all these horrible things to Israel, and that they deserve the worst. Russia did 7 times that. They tied women and children up. They raped them. They kicked them into gutters and ditches after they died. Like they deserve.
Yeah.
They're bombing children's centers and civilian centers. And you're like, what? Russia? They're just business as usual. Let them take their country back, dude. We talked
No,
Ukraine
I'm
into
not.
giving up their nukes. And we promised to protect them. And now we're pulling back on that. And no one will ever do business with us again. No one will ever make a nuclear deal with us ever again.
That's long gone. That happened when in '94, and we walked away. Then we watched Russia come and invade during Obama, which he did nothing.
They're
He set a red line, and they crossed it, and he did nothing.
okay.
And
Well,
then
now
Mr.
they're
Biden
lining up
gets in
to
office.
to invade Lithuania. What's Trump going to do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, I disagree.
Hundreds of
but
thousands of troops are lining up to invade Lithuania, which is a NATO country. And now that the United States is priming everyone to leave NATO, they're about to go in. They're about to do it.
well, I. What do you want me to say? Like that's your feelings on it.
I thought
But
Trump was a big, strong man. None of this would have happened under Trump.
nothing has happened. You're saying something that may happen. But we can speak about what has happened, and that's part of the issue. Do you think Trump wanted to come into office and deal with this mess? Do you think that poor leadership over the last 3 years has contributed to the
No,
mess that still exists? No.
no.
So you think while Russia when they initially crossed the lines and we started providing support, and Biden set the standard and the regulations for which weapons they could use, and Ukraine was begging for more. Poland was begging. Germany was begging to allow them to properly defend themselves for the first year while Russia took over all that territory. You think that policy was helpful?
I don't know. Maybe Congress and the constituents on your side chanting "America first" made them hesitant to do more funding. When the old Republicans, the real Republicans, Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham and all these other people that were like, and even Marco Rubio, they were all for defending Ukraine until they heard this America first shit. They're like, well, since Russia's got all you guys saying America first, we should probably stop funding them.
Well, we did fund them quite richly, actually, but I'm talking about the actual policy for the boom booms, or however you guys say it, in Ukraine in the beginning of the war. It was only at the very end of Biden administration did he allow long range weapons and give them planes and give them things that actually would
Oh,
help them.
God forbid, because Biden, being in like foreign affair committees for decades, doesn't know as much as Trump, a real estate
We're not
slash
talking about
TV
Trump right now.
personality.
This has nothing to do with Trump.
I know you don't want to compare the two, but this absolutely does.
It's
And
not
and
comparing
Biden,
because it didn't happen during
this
Trump's
is a
presidency.
this is a delicate matter which takes delicate work. And Biden, when Russia invaded Ukraine, Biden went and got 50 nations to rally behind him and fund Ukraine's protection. And then every time we allowed things like long range missiles, you guys cried from the highest mountains. You cried so hard. You're like, Biden is trying to start World War III. So it's like both sides. Either Biden's the weakest man ever, or he's recklessly doing things that are going to get us hurt.
Well, no, we're talking about what happened and the policy that he put forward. And it doesn't matter who complained or cried about his policy. The actual policy that he put forward hindered Ukraine from properly defending themselves, which contributed to the onslaught that happened.
We had
So
you guys defending Russia from day one. So yeah,
I'm not
everything that
defending
Biden did that
Russia.
was over and above, you guys went crazy. You guys went crazy.
Well, why wouldn't people care if policies are failing to have some accountability?
What has Trump done besides like stomp on Zelensky while the man is drowning already and praise Putin how smart and brilliant he is?
He didn't
What has he done?
stomp on Zelensky. Zelensky came into our home asking for more money, and everywhere he's gone for the past 3 years, they've rolled him out the red carpet. They've treated him very well. We've done the same.
Because he's
And he
being
came,
invaded.
I understand that, and he's done well leading his country. Nothing against Zelensky, but when
Yeah, he's not a dictator now.
I don't know what. No, I guess not. Maybe he is. I don't know. Really know. I guess you'd have to ask him. But the point is, there was a deal that was on the table. Zelensky said, "No deal unless I get what I want. No deal."
That's not true.
That's most certainly true, and it happened before that footage that everybody's so upset about. So he went in there, and they knew exactly what they were supposed to do. Then Zelensky came and said, earlier in the day, I'm not going to sign it unless you give me security guarantees.
Yeah, why would he give up mineral rights without Trump saying like, okay, if Russia breaks this ceasefire, which they've done 25 times, what are you going to do about it? Like, what if they break this deal? What are you going to do? And he threw a fit. He literally can't handle the smallest negotiation. He's literally just like in plain sight trying to rip off Zelensky, and he gets called out on it, and he throws a fit.
How is it ripping somebody off when we've contributed X amount of dollars, whatever you claim it to
If they
be?
had their nukes, they wouldn't have to worry about any of this.
Okay, so that's a great point. So don't give up your guns. Great point. But how is Ukraine going to rebuild itself? Who's going to be the biggest cheddar dispenser? We are. Okay, so that's money in the future that's going to be spent. How is Ukraine going to continue to provide security for itself. We're going to pay for a lot of that. How's Ukraine going to pay us back for the money we've already put forward? It's not ripping somebody
So
off.
we have the world's
It's
largest military budget by far, and when we take 0.5% of that to make sure on the world stage nobody's invading their neighbors, you guys are so upset. You guys are so transactional. It's disgusting.
I'm not saying we shouldn't have helped them. I'm just saying, why is it that crazy that we put some thought into what we're doing?
We are.
Like,
It's a no-brainer. When we want world peace, Putin needs to lose. We need to show the whole world, if you do this, no, you're going to lose. And China is looking at us going, yeah, USA, they're not going to
well,
back Taiwan. If we invade Taiwan, we got this. USA is
well,
not going to do anything because their constituents on the right are so brain dead that they don't want to. They don't want to fund defending, like stopping this kind of tyranny on the world stage.
well, Trump just denied Putin's ridiculous offer publicly
Oh yeah,
at
I'm
the
I'm sure.
United Nations.
I'm sure he's going to take a few fake L's real quick so that nobody because everybody on the world stage is saying that Trump is a Putin apologist. So I'm sure they're like setting up a few like fake like conflicts in the open.
No,
I'm
they're
sure.
freaking out because we're not just openly and freely doing a poor policy with no fucking plan and nothing. Like, let's just let it keep going on. Like, it's not like they have fought valiantly, but what do you ultimately think the outcome's going to be there?
Well, there's people on like third parties who've done war and like analyzing, and they've seen that Ukraine has they have air superiority, they have sea superiority, they have ground superiority. The Russians are dying 7 to 10 to 1. It's 10 to 1. That if they keep this up, they're just not going to have an army left. They had to go get North Korea's help. North Korea.
Okay, well, that also happened under the Biden administration, where those people coming together to form a evil empire, I guess is what
Yeah,
I would
any
say.
action Biden would have taken preemptively, oh, Biden's going to start World War III. Any action he took carefully, oh, Biden's weak on the world stage. There's no winning with you guys.
Well, no, but the BRICS nation did start coming together while Biden was in office. And if things happen, so I just don't understand how you could have 4 years of that policy, failed policy over there, failed policy in Gaza.
You can't even start to talk about failed geopolitical policy when Trump has literally made the world hate us.
Okay,
Us.
well, I'm just saying, so now within 8 weeks, you've made these proclamations, these decisions about our democracy's dying, but yet you fail to recognize in 4 years any negative thing that might have contributed to the things that we're dealing with now, because it seems that everything that Trump is dealing with now came off the back of the Biden administration. Now, maybe it's not the tariffs and all that. Maybe that's a different story. I'll give you that. But to fail to recognize why we're in these positions and to say Biden couldn't have done anything like that is a loser's attitude. Because by any metric, you cannot say that it's a success story in Ukraine. The amount of people that are gone.
You're saying a whole bunch without saying anything. Biden, can you just tell me a misstep that Biden took? Can you just tell me where Biden actually did a thing that you oppose? Because Biden, as far as I can tell, has done his best to come to Ukraine's defense and rally the whole world behind them. Trump can't even fucking get one country to side with his opinion. So we're on our own now. He's pulled out every way in which the United States was a world superpower. He's made us weaker on the world stage in every single way. But thank God we're deporting migrants.
Then why is Ukraine negotiating with the United States and Russia? Why are they negotiating with right now if that's true? Why are we leading the negotiations?
Because Trump's approval is down? I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, if that's so true, if the world hates us, if we've abandoned Ukraine, why are we the one leading the negotiations?
Pip, thank you for the $25 to kick. Chat, I have a Venmo and Cash App in the bio. If you guys are trying to support You're welcome to come back some other time and debate, bro. But it's 25 to kick, guys. If you guys want me to kick one of my guests, that's the way to do it. Don't forget to follow if you guys enjoy these kind of debates. I do these almost every day. Guys, if you're MAGA, hop in the box. If you are a friendly, please hop out. I love you all, but please hop out. All right. Yeah, that was an hour-long conversation. That was good enough. Yellow?
Hello.
Hi, are you a Trump
Good.
supporter?
I don't know. That's why I first want to ask you for a little advice, just a little bit of advice. My name is Raya. I'm 38 years old. I'm from South Africa. And I want to know, have you heard the stories about Trump and South Africa? About Trump letting giving refugee status to white South Africans.
Oh, yeah,
to go to-
Afrikaans. Yeah.
Yes. Have you heard that story?
Yeah.
I'm one of them. I'm a white South African, right? And I want to know, do you think it's right what Donald Trump is doing by taking us out of South Africa where we are suffering to give us refugee status in America while he's trying to get rid of immigrants?
Yeah, I think it's hypocritical, and I think you're stupid to even take the bait because he's sitting here reversing people's statuses that are going to be exactly like the ones you would receive and sending to the world's worst prison without trial. So I advise you, do not come, because if he needs to get his deportation numbers up, you'll be next. You'll be sitting in that El Salvadorian prison, bro.
So just one last question. What is a refugee status in America? Just by asking, just for other people that also do not know, and then I
Asylum?
can go tell them. What
So
is
asylum also is there's a status called temporary protective status. I don't know all the ins and outs, but essentially you're given a status that allows you to work after 180 days of being here, and I mean it's pretty easy to get on your feet after that. And I mean it just renews every 18 months.
Oh, I see. This is brilliant information. Now, do you think that we should become Trump supporters or not for trying to help South Africa or the Afrikaners people?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I honestly I want to get an actual debate in here. It sounds like maybe you got some stuff to ask Google or ChatGPT. I don't know too much about that stuff. I'd be lying if I said I did.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to hear from a real American what's your standpoint so we can make our choice on our side. That's the only reason.
For sure.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
No
Thank
problem.
you for your answers. I've got a little more clarity now. And my family here is also hearing you, and they're also like a little more clarity that you said do not come. So we would take that under consideration and do not come just
Yeah.
because what you said.
Be careful.
Thank
Be
you
careful.
so much.
No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah. Scary. Chat, if you're a MAGA supporter, type MAGA in the chat, and if you want to debate, so I can pull you in. Congrats, you just stopped a family from having a better life. You guys are deporting 500,000 people just like him. You did that 500,000 times more than I did. Congrats. Yellow?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you said yes?
Yes.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Well, do you want me to answer that first, or would you like me to start with a question for you?
I don't care.
So, why does Trump suck? What's a better option right now that you would prefer?
Kamala would have been fantastic.
And why is Kamala, what would she do that's better right now than Trump?
I think her tax plan, for instance, would have been better for the middle and lower class. I think that she would have been a steady hand on the world stage. I think that she wouldn't be doing anti-constitutional things and taking away First Amendment rights and using the arm of the government to threaten lawyers and federal judges and members of Congress and college campuses and all sorts of other things to be a tyrannical authoritarian ruler.
Okay, so obviously there's stuff she would have done, right? So what has Trump done right now that just really irks you to where you just don't like him at all?
All of those things I just listed. Just talking about blanket tariffs have hurt the economy. But I think the worst thing
Well,
that I
we've
could
had
possibly
tariffs in
think
the
of,
past, so it's like, you know,
yeah,
it's nothing new. It's not a new concept. So like, what?
blanket
I'm trying to
blanket
understand
tariffs
what
are a
has
new
he done
concept.
that's so bad that's changed America right now.
Taking away people's First Amendment right.
How has that changed?
Trump threatening college campuses to pull up to $400 million in funding from like Columbia University if they don't prohibit Palestinian protests on their campus, or threatening journalists or pollsters with lawsuits, threatening people like me with lawsuits
So you're
for speaking out
saying
against him.
I haven't seen anything where it says if you speak out against Trump, you get a lawsuit. That doesn't
He's
sound
he's
right.
he's actually just said it himself. Yeah.
Sounds like you're bundling that up though. So like, what does that actually mean? Are you saying like if people are protesting, what exactly are you saying?
So if you want to protest, if you want to do pro-Palestinian protest on college campus, do you think he's doing anything to stop people from doing that?
I still think you can. I don't know if you have the concept very well because you can still protest. I don't understand what you mean by taking away free speech. So if someone speaks out against Trump, I could say Trump's a bad person right now. You're saying I get a lawsuit for that?
No, but like say like for instance, the pollster that reported numbers in one of the swing states that was not in Trump's favor, he sued her and he's basically bullying. When you have as much money as Trump does, you can basically bully somebody with legal fees. Even if it's a losing case for him, he can bully his way for you to basically bend a knee. And same thing with he's threatening legal.
I haven't seen that. Was he doing that before he was president? Was this a case that just him personally? It's not him using his status as president to do it, right?
Now this is after he won.
So after he won, he decided to use presidential power to come after someone that was, I guess, using his name the wrong way on pollster, is what you're saying.
Kind of no. After he won, like the impending power of the presidency basically told people, yeah, I can't, there's nothing I can do against this guy. And he's also, he's using the arm of the government to threaten, I think it's law firms that represented people such as the guy that did the, what was the Russia stuff? The Russian investigations. He's basically bullied them into dropping the case. Just full-on fascist movements.
Well, I think a lot of cases, you know, you start with a case, doesn't mean it's true, right? I mean, anybody can start a case over anything, just like he had all these civil lawsuits against him, right? And you don't need a lot of evidence for civil cases. And I don't think any civil case needs to be brought up and then assume that, okay, yeah, 100% this is correct. So
I don't
think there
care.
are instances where there should be cases that are, you know, should be gone after if they're not correct at all, and it's just only used for political gain.
Okay, so he basically removed basically there was a law firm that he took away their it was like classification, their ability to look at classification in federal cases. so that most of their clients couldn't even be served. This law firm had to drop multiple clients because he took away their ability to have legal classification. So all of their contracts were dropped. And that is Trump abusing his power, in my opinion, because it was retaliatory. He didn't stop any sort of lawsuit from happening. He basically did it as a retaliation.
I could see that, and it's like, everything Trump does, it's not like I just blindly follow, right? So there could be some stuff I disagree with. I'd have to look more into that, though.
What
But I
about
know
threatening to impeach federal judges that he just claims are woke now because they won't allow certain like actions that he's doing because they're unconstitutional?
fair enough, but Democrats they've been impeaching Trump for 8 years.
For
So,
things he actually did, right?
well, you want to say the Russia collusion? Like, there's so many things
That's
that,
not an impeachment that he had.
that's what they tried to say. They tried to say he colluded with Russia.
That's
That
not an
wasn't,
impeachment.
they tried to use that against him, say he colluded with Russia, and that's how he got
And
elected.
how many indictments were there from that investigation?
None, because it wasn't true.
False. 37.
Okay, so they even proved it wasn't true, and there was nothing. They had no
That's not
evidence.
true. The
Okay,
final
well,
the final
say what you
paragraph
want,
the final
but they
paragraph of
showed
that
that there was
report
no
says that the final paragraph of that report says that this does not exonerate Trump from colluding with Russia. In fact, they proved that his team was colluding with Russia, and 17 intelligence agencies also agreed on this. And Trump stood on stage in Helsinki and standing next to Vladimir Putin, and he goes, "I trust Putin more than I trust our own intelligence agencies."
Well, I mean, there's a lot of problems with the intelligence agencies. That's why they had to fire the FBI director, get a new one. I mean, look
The
at
one that
everything
he
that's happened.
hired,
The one that he hired, you
Chris
mean
Wray?
the one that
Yeah.
was running the Secret Service who tried to assassinate him? Are you talking about that one?
Okay, well, I'm sure that's a real thing, and not a like
Well, I'm just
conspiracy.
saying, well, I mean, no one actually knows, right? So you can't
Right. So stop
blame-
saying that.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't blame one side and say, "Oh, Trump's going after these people because it's politically trying to get back at them." Well, both sides are doing it. So let's
Who-
talk about what, like, we could go back and forth about this, but you have your own opinion on it. Everyone's going to have their own opinion.
Okay,
We
these
don't-
aren't opinions though. Like
can't
his
prove this
actions,
stuff.
his obvious actions that you just try to distance yourself from, of him abusing his power to impeach federal judges, to do all sorts of shit like this, throwing people in the world's worst prison without due process. In fact, some of these people had as much as just a fucking autism awareness tattoo. They're sitting in the world's worst prison right now because Trump.
Yeah, but the same thing. Democrats should try to do the exact same thing to Trump, even worse.
Trump is literally breaking the law right now to this very moment. He literally did it this week, and you're saying he was being persecuted. Give me a break.
He's not breaking the law right now.
Okay, so sending people to prison without due process, that's not against the law? And going against a federal judge's wishes to like turn planes around that
There's
were
a
going to
lot of
this jail?
things with due process. So, I mean, Biden did things. Did you have this energy during Biden's 4 years?
Give me an example.
So, due process, when we had trying to have a secure border, which is a first thing you should have in a country, and then all the executive orders right when he got into office that tore down everything Trump started, suspending remain in Mexico policy, all these things, that's
Remain in
breaking the
Mexico
law.
was horrible,
Why
and
was
he did it
able to do
lawfully.
that?
He did all those things lawfully. Every time
Not-
you do an
not
executive order,
lawfully.
every time you do an executive order, it can just literally be torn up by the next president. It is not
So
law.
because Biden did an executive order, that means it was lawfully. So if Trump
Yes.
does something that's executive order,
He did it by the
under your
courts.
terms, Trump does something executive order, that's lawful because it's an executive order by default.
No, I'm saying when you come into office, you can look at your predecessor's executive orders and they are temporary. They are not the law of the land. A single person is not a dictator and they do not have the power to write a law by themselves. That is fucking dumb.
Okay, so obviously your savior Kamala, she didn't win. So what's the course of action here? Just complain about Trump for 4 years and then hopefully, get somebody better. Are you still team Kamala?
Yeah, I think Kamala's she's running again. Yeah.
All right. And just before I go, question, would you one thing to get Trump out of office, do you think you would suck a dick to get rid of Trump?
I would take a shot in the mouth to save the country. Would you?
That's what I knew you would. So that gives me a lot about you. So That makes sense. I think it makes sense, and really, it doesn't matter what Trump does. You'll just just hate on him all you want, and it makes sense.
So, are you not a patriot? Would you not do that?
No, I don't think I would do that to remove Trump. I don't think I would suck a dick to remove Trump. I don't think that's a course of action.
I guess I'm more patriotic than you.
No, you're one of those LGBTs that's pro everything un-American, but you want to spew everything, all this propaganda, and twist around how Biden has been a good person and his Vice President Kamala. And that's fine.
Hey, I'm straight as an arrow, but I'd do it, dude.
Well, I don't think you are. I think. Well,
does that make me less than? Does it make me less than that if I were gay?
Well, I just think, if you go to that drastic measure to remove Trump, it shows a lot about you, about your opinions about him.
What does that mean? Does it show something bad about me or good?
Anything, just like gaslight your entire fan base that come into this live. So you're willing to go to extreme measures, doesn't matter what you do. So your own personal beliefs. So you would take a shot to the face. So it makes sense.
I would. Chat, tap the screen if you're a patriot that would also do the same. Just type 1 in the chat, guys. I can't be alone on this one. Can't be alone on this one, guys. Save me. If you're a patriot, type 1 in the chat. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Let's go, baby. Follow the stream. Yellow? Hello? 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 All right, chat. Give me a second. Hello?
Hey, buddy. I'm not MAGA, so sorry. Take it down.
Okay. Hello?
Hello? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I've been so wanting to talk to you. Okay, hello.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
I am not, but I do have issues with some things that you say, and I think it's extremely important to get them out there. Extremely important. I think Trump is abhorrent.
Oh, chat, if you're not a opposition, my moderators will kick you. They will kick you right out. So go on get. Go on get. Go on and get. Oh man, this is crazy right here. Actually, I'm gonna choose this one. Hello?
Yeah,
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
absolutely.
Before we start, can you do me a favor? Can you answer this question 100% honestly?
Depends on what the question is.
Just promise me you'll answer it honestly, okay?
I don't promise anything, but I'll answer your question.
What would you rate this drawing 1 through 10?
What's that got to do with Trump?
Has everything to do with it.
No, it don't.
How would you rate it?
Why does rating that picture have anything to do with Trump? Do you want to have a conversation or you just want to troll?
What about now?
Dude, if you want to, show off your artwork as a kindergartner, that's fine. But we're not in kindergarten anymore.
What about that one?
Okay. And your point?
All right, what do you like about Trump?
I think he's doing a great job as our president.
What's your favorite thing he's done?
Well, deporting these illegals for one, and then I mean doing the things needed to do to make America first again.
You know, Biden deported more people than Trump month to
I
month.
don't care what Joe Biden done. Joe Biden's not president now.
But I mean, given your standard, Joe Biden would be your favorite out of the two.
No, Joe Biden is not my favorite
Okay, then why is Trump your favorite?
because he's my president and he's doing everything we voted for.
You want to like kind of tell me more?
I mean, what more do you want? Ask questions and I'll tell you.
It's like I like this president because he has eyebrows. Well, both of them have eyebrows. So what are you
Well,
talking
he's
about?
doing everything I voted for, deporting illegals. I mean, what else you want?
What about
Why did
him
you vote for
deporting legal people?
Why didn't you vote for him?
Because both of my brain hemispheres are intact.
Oh, so you're saying you're smarter than me?
No, I'm just saying that I have a functioning brain.
So do I.
Can
That's why I
you
voted for
use
Trump.
it to tell me why you like Trump?
Told you, deporting illegals. I mean, what else you want to know?
I don't know. It sounds kind of silly when I mentioned that Biden was better at that.
Okay, Biden was in office for 4 years, right?
Mhm.
Okay, he's no longer in office, right?
Yeah, was he your favorite when he was in office?
Oh no, he was not my favorite, but he was my president. So what's your point?
I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to do, man.
I don't know what you're trying to do. Ask me a question and I'll be glad to answer it, just like I did. Why do I vote for Trump? Deporting illegals.
How does that help you?
How does it help me? It don't help me directly, but it helps America.
How does it help America?
Oh, it's saving us money.
It's not true.
Oh, yes, it is.
He's going to spend $88 billion a year deporting people that we shouldn't even be deporting, by the way. And it's going to make our GDP go down.
What makes you think that we shouldn't be deporting them? They're here illegally, right?
Well, the 500,000 people
They
that he
broke the
just
law?
reversed status on that are here legally, he's deporting them too. And people that, I mean, just have so much as a tattoo that ICE doesn't like, deporting them without due process too.
Due process. Due process is only for citizens, right?
No.
Okay.
Who does
So
the
them
Constitution
breaking
apply to? Does it
them
apply
breaking a
to...
law, so them breaking a law. But wait a minute now, the Constitution only covers citizens, right?
That's wrong.
Tell me where it says it does.
The Constitution applies to every single person on U.S. soil.
U.S. soil. Okay. That's if they seek asylum, right?
Nope. Means literally everybody with a heartbeat.
Read the 14th Amendment to me then. Tell me where it says that.
I'll just use AI. How about that? Does
No, I
the
mean, I want the actual
United
amendment. I don't want AI.
States Constitution
I don't want some
apply
internet.
to non-citizens? Yes. Yes, it does.
Google. Wow.
Yeah, it's a search engine.
Oh, I know what it is.
How
Very
about
familiar.
Pennsylvania State Law University? How about that?
So somebody wrote that, right?
Yeah.
Are they liberal?
I don't know.
I bet they're
Does
liberal.
being liberal make you wrong?
I bet you're liberal. Well, see, there's a difference between liberal and conservatives, right? Conservatives believe that all illegals should be deported. Liberals believe they should be here.
Can you just show me one article where it says that doesn't? Because it literally every single one of
Bring up
these,
the actual
the
Constitution.
Constitution doesn't just say it
The
outright.
amendment. Bring up the 14th Amendment. What it says.
Okay, bring up the amendment that shows me that that it allows assault
Bring
rifles.
up the amendment, number
Oh
14,
my
and
God.
read it verbatim and tell me where it says, please.
It only has to be in the 14th Amendment?
Oh, no, there's other amendments that cover the same thing. But,
Okay.
But bring up the 14th Amendment and tell me where it says.
I know that this hurts your feelings, but every single one of these search results side with me. There's not even one that
Sir?
sides with you. There's not even
Go
one.
get it. Go look up the 14th Amendment and read it verbatim and tell me where it proves that.
Okay. I don't have to do that.
Well, I know you don't because it doesn't say that.
Okay.
That's your interpretation of what something says, right?
It literally, you're just going to have to show me where it doesn't.
Literally say that. No, it does not.
You're just going to have to show me where it doesn't apply.
You're going to have to show me that it does apply.
The burden of proof is
Because
on
you
you.
can't.
I've got it. I've got it right here. Every single one of these sources say it. In fact, I'll use your search engine. What search engine do you like?
Bring
DuckDuckGo?
up the actual wording of the 14th Amendment.
I'll do it just because you won't stop.
And tell me where it says those exact words.
Born or naturalized in the U.S. if it's ratified. 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution establish citizenship. It just establishes citizenship. That's all it does.
So where does it say about U.S. soil?
That's citizenship.
So all you got to do is
What do you
step
think
on
you just
American
did?
soil and you're a citizen?
Does the
That's
U.S.
interesting.
the Constitution protects all people within the country's borders, not just citizens? It's just literally everywhere, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry this is happening to you. I'm so sorry.
Dude, that's the problem. You don't read the Constitution and interpret it the way it was meant to be interpreted. You make up your own rules.
Okay, what about do Supreme Court
You make
justices
up your own
interpret?
rule.
Do Supreme Court justices interpret the Constitution?
I don't know, do they?
Yeah, they do. You know that
Okay.
they've done this and ruled on this multiple times, right?
I don't know that.
They do. They have.
What did they say?
Exactly what I'm showing you.
No, that's not.
Yeah.
So it's okay. I mean, if you want to support illegals, that's fine, and put Americans last. I mean, that's your
The
preference.
left is the only people who actually support people who are citizens too. We are the only people who help veterans. We're the only people who help poor people, starving people, kids, schools, teachers. We're the only people who write laws that do that. You
No, you
guys,
don't. No, you don't.
show me a law that you guys passed
No,
that
you
help
don't.
that help those
You will
people.
put it illegal before an American any day of the week.
Tell me a law that you guys have written on the right that helps those people, because I can give you multiple that just the last administration has done.
Okay, tell me.
Okay,
I don't know.
Biden has spent $2.2 trillion on infrastructure, redoing roads, bridges,
No,
all sorts of
infrastructure.
stuff.
Now, what does that do for the American people?
It gives us better
Correct.
roads to drive. It gives everyone jobs.
Okay,
It
but that
created
don't put any money back
56,000
in the pockets,
projects.
does it? That don't help feeding starving children, does it?
Okay, well then we're the ones who made the
what?
USDA, the Department of Agriculture,
okay,
and
so the
and we're the ones
Democrats
who
have better roads
feed.
to drive on. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, more funded cities. Yes, we have better roads. Have you ever
Better
been on a
roads, and
shitty country road?
What does that do for my pocket?
It makes it to where people can transport the
Does
goods.
that feed my family?
Yes. The
does?
goods that the produce that your family eats, it's transported on those roads.
Working just as well as a paved road, right?
You can't go as fast, so it's less efficient.
Oh, actually, you can.
No, you can't.
Okay. So next, try again.
What do you mean try again? I just got you on that one.
The infrastructure bill helped better our roads.
Yeah. And it
don't feed
spurred the
anybody.
US market in
That
the
don't feed
economy.
anybody.
It definitely does.
That's a
I just proved
5-year
it.
Process, right? That's a 5-year program, right?
10.
Oh, okay. So in 10 years, I'll see food on my table because of the roads, right?
No, you're seeing cheaper food right now because of Democrat policy.
Democrat. Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Mhm.
Eggs are coming down because of Democrats.
No, I think eggs is a thing that's affected by things like the bird flu.
Oh, okay. I was just curious about that. So let me know in 10 years when it provides food for my family.
All right, let me know in 10 years when that money trickles down from rich people to your farm or something. I don't know.
Rich people?
Yeah, Trump gives rich people tax breaks, and he's going to raise
And
your
they deserve tax
taxes.
breaks. They
Huh?
deserve tax breaks.
They deserve tax break. Okay.
Yeah, they
Hey,
do.
what does that boot taste like? Did they make a good
What boot?
mouthwash for it?
Oh, no. Let's see. I got Georgia boots, Danner boots. I mean, no, they all wear the same.
All right. Shout out to Sarah for the $25 for kicking that last guest. I've never felt so bad for another human in my life. Chat, tap the screen. Thank you so much for all the follows, guys. Heavens to Betsy. Heavens to Betsy. W. Sarah's in the chat. Check live chat. Thank you, Sebastian. That was good. The 14th Amendment, Section 1, last line, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Like that. I like that. I know how this always hurts people's feelings so bad when they learn that non-citizens are protected underneath the Constitution. Hello? Lee always bad?
Yeah. How you doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
No. Do I need to talk?
Yeah. Yellow.
I hear you, buddy.
Are you gonna not make mouth noises in my ear, bro?
Well, I wasn't doing it intentionally, right? Am I
Are
doing
you-
it right now? I'm not aware when I'm
Are
doing
you
it, but I
2
just-
scoops deep into a jar of peanut butter, or are you good?
No, I had cotton mouth. I was severely dehydrated. So I went to the doctor and they diagnosed me with diabetes.
All right.
Okay.
I'm glad you
Thank
got
for
your help.
that.
Glad you got your help. What do you want to talk about, dude?
Yeah, I like Trump, man. He helps me, helps my family. That's all I care about.
Also,
The tax cuts. I'm in the bracket, buddy. Don't look at me like that.
I know you've told me this before.
What do you mean?
You've told me about your dad being in the bracket.
It's actually my mom, not my dad. What?
I don't know.
Dude, I don't.
It's true. Did you know that now that you have diabetes, your insulin's going to be more expensive thanks to Trump?
Yeah, well, I can pay more for it with the tax cuts, so it doesn't really matter. It evens out. So it's
I
fine.
doubt that it evens out
How?
because it could cost you up to like $2,000 a month, as opposed to the tax cuts just giving you a small ding. Plus-
Depending on how much she makes, yeah. But I actually appreciate the misogynistic thing about assuming my dad's the one making the money.
I literally thought I remember you telling me your dad
no,
makes that
no,
money.
No, that was misogynism right there. That was just.
Don't try it. Don't even try it.
big
You
target.
guys literally champion a misogynist, so don't try me, dude.
No, be honest. Do you actually think was there actually a guy who said that, or do you just bullshit me?
No,
too,
I
like-
thought it was you that said that your dad makes that much.
Alright. Well, I don't know, man. It just seems like you're not a misogynist, are you?
No.
All right. Well, do you have any other questions to ask me, or is that it? All right. Did I just beat you? Did I just win?
You win. What do you think about people like the last guest, bro?
What was he talking about? I didn't follow. I was just gaming right now.
Come
Okay.
on, bro. What game are you playing?
Apex Legends.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. Hello?
Bro, all my supporters is leaving now.
You
I
don't
was
have any
supposed to
supporters.
I was supposed to big him over here and beat you. You've been wrong the whole time. Like, I've been in the comments dying. You've been wrong so many times.
All of your AI bots, are those the supporters you're talking about?
Oh my gosh, bro, you gotta debate me, bro. You gotta debate me. Look, bro, you gonna kick me because you don't want to debate me. You gonna run because you already know I'm finna, yeah. You already know what time it is. So what we doing? We debating?
That's what we do here.
All right. So, you go first. Hey, hold on. All my supporters that still staying in here, y'all like the live, y'all give, y'all share this junk. All my supporters. But yeah, go ahead, go first.
All three of y'all better tap that screen.
Hey, all my supporters tap that screen, man.
Come on, bro.
So first off, Trump is combating anti-Semitism. Let's talk about it. Let's
By
really
taking
talk
away
about this.
people's First Amendment rights.
Let's break this shit down. People coming over here to protest and do violent things to Jews. Let's break this shit down.
What if they're
Pickles,
just
GGG.
protesting? Should we allow that?
Yeah, for sure, but we're not just to come over here and protest. And then let's talk about what you said about Venezuela. You said Venezuela is pouring into America. Explain that situation to me,
Oh my.
concert.
How can I do both at the same time? First of all,
Okay, let me allow you. Okay, let me.
Trump is strictly threatening just protesters. College campuses are not allowed to have people protest, anti-Palestinian protests. He's doing things that are causing a chilling effect, such as Mahmoud Khalid. Mahmoud Khalid is now arrested, and nobody wants to protest because they don't want to be Mahmoud Khalid number 2. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay, so look, I'm gonna answer to that, but then I want you to answer to me. Why are Venezuelans doing it the correct way, the legal way? They're not doing it the illegal way.
When you come in and you seek asylum because Trump has put Venezuela on the temporary protection list, that is the right way, my friend.
Yeah, they're doing it. They're doing it the right way. So you said earlier to another guest that Venezuelans are pouring into our country, but you try to make it seem like it's like the people who from Mexico. That's not the same. They're doing it the legal way.
Bro, you're already being
All my
incoherent.
supporters give me because y'all know I'm right.
No, I don't even understand. No one understands what you just said.
Okay, so are Venezuelans coming over to America legally?
Yes. If you just literally cross the border and then you say, I claim asylum, that's all you have to do.
Okay, so why are Mexicans illegal then?
Is Venezuela and Mexico 2 different nations?
Yeah, right. So why are all the people, if that's all you have to do to be an American citizen, then
That doesn't make you a citizen.
They're doing it the right way. I'm not saying that make you a citizen, but I'm saying that they're doing it the right way, and that's my stance.
J-Man, I don't think... I can't believe you have so much confidence coming up and talking to people like this. I can't believe it. It blows my mind.
You're wrong, bro. You're wrong, bro. I don't care what nobody say. Hey,
you're not even making sense. Your questions don't even make sense, man.
Man, see, that's what he trying to do, man. Y'all see what he trying to do? That junk crazy. I'm telling you that Venezuelans are doing it the correct way, and you trying to say I'm crazy, bro. Just
Bub. Tell me in what way are Venezuelans doing it the wrong way? Just go ahead.
No, I said they're doing it the right way. And you're trying to why are you
I
saying
can't I literally can't. What are you talking?
Venezuelans are doing it the right way. Like what? I don't know how more. Like what more can I say?
What is your point,
what more
dude?
can I say? Because earlier you said that Venezuelans are pouring over in our country, and you had a problem with us giving them protection.
Trump has reversed the temporary protective status of Venezuelans just so he can have some people to kick out. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's not what you said, bro.
Okay, well that's what I'm saying now. Do you understand?
Yeah, that you changing up your words.
Holy fucking goddamn shit whore.
All my supporters coming in. Yes, sir. Y'all like the live. Y'all gift me. Y'all know what it is. Y'all favorite millionaire on TikTok. I'm not a millionaire yet, but I'm about to be a millionaire. Millionaire parents and everything. Y'all boys like me. Yes, sir. All right, now what you were saying? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for the gift. 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 Yes, sir. They ran my gifts up. That's what I love to see. Run me up. All right. Yeah, Trump. I ain't gonna lie. You an extremist too. You an extremist. I really do think you an extremist, and it's crazy. Like it's crazy. Like the stuff that you be saying on here is crazy.
What? Are you in a little gazebo? You hanging out in the park?
I'm just at the. I can't tell y'all where I'm at. I can't disclose my location. But I'm not out of the park though. Not out of the park. Yes, sir. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for the gift. I'm not out of the park though. Hey, but yeah, I'm out of here. I beat this dude in debate. He always do this. Act like he can't hear me and stuff. Beat this dude in the debate. All my supporters, thank you for them gifts.
You got me. You got me.
Thank you for the gifts, y'all. Thank you for the gifts.
Hey, go easy on me next time, okay? Hello?
Hello?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
I like that Trump stood up to liberals saying I can't have sex with my sister. All these
You know what?
illegals
Hell yeah,
in my
man.
country trying to date my sister. I said, look here, if anybody's dating my sister, it's gonna be me.
Hey, man. That's some. I almost want to get behind you on that one.
I'm just tired of it. I'm tired playing hockey games against Canada, thinking we can win. I love silver medals.
You know what? Hell yeah, man.
I think that we should change the Gulf of America to the Gulf of second place hockey teams.
Hell yeah, brother. Ah! I need that sound on the soundboard, guys. Hell yeah, brother. Guys, I can't win any of these damn debates. They're getting me. They're getting me good. Chat, I don't know. I'm gonna give myself a moment real quick, guys. If you guys are interested, I do have a go on get. I have a go on get. A go on. Hold on.
Go on get.
I have a go on get shirt. If you guys want merch, this is my go on get shirt. It's in the first link in my bio. If you guys want it, it's a nice shirt for the gym, or just whatever. It's probably the best shirt ever sold. Go ahead and grab you one before they run out. Yeah, more merch coming soon. By the way, more merch coming soon. Three-quarter sleeves. I can make some. I also need to make a hoodie. I just don't want to. I don't know. I don't want to beat a dead horse or a tiny horse with the same slogan. Is that one of those shirts? Change the print colors up. We have a few variations. Have you seen the hats? I haven't. Or any horses, guys. Or any horses. What is this? Hello?
Yeah, hello, brother. How you doing?
Are you a Trump supporter?
You know it. How can I help?
Guys, work on your voice acting before you get up here. Just working on it a little bit, guys. And that's why we won, because you liberals are just smarter than us. That's why we won. Guys, if you're friendly, Juggies. All right, I'm going to give you a second. All right. Crass loves you, brother. No, he didn't. How do I got a screen share on the bottom? That's confidential information. That's confidential.
Yeehaw! It's Cletus.
Talk to me, Juggies. Talk to me.
How's it going, Pickles?
It's going good.
Yeah, the guys that are trolling, man, they really need to learn to master the Cletus voice.
Cletus the slack-jawed yokels.
Yeah, it was that shirt that you posted. It's actually really interesting coincidence. My kid was over at the neighbor's house playing with his kid the other day, and I went over and knocked on the door, and I was like, because he was there for like 3 hours, and I was like, if you get tired of him, don't hesitate to just say, "Go on, get."
That's what you got to tell him.
Yeah, and he's
Go
like,
on,
"All
get."
right, will do." Yeah, it was really funny.
Go on, get
But
tiny
man,
horse.
these new hats, you got to get the hats on your merch store. They're Foxtrot Delta Tango hats.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I might be able to do something like that. Might be able to whip something up.
Yeah, I like them. I like them a lot. But what do you think about this whole, like, did you see the preview for season 2 of Andor? They had the blueprints for the Death Star, and bro's like, yo, they're building a weapon called the Death Star, and guy's like, how do you know this? He's like, I was added to the group chat.
Someone says I look like... Oh, Dr. Okay, hold on. I look like young Dr. Lupo.
I mean, this is like...
Go on, get!
Oops.
This is just mind-blowing to me. Like, how is the administration not all being arrested right now?
I don't know, but... Dang, he is 2 years older than me. Isn't he... Wasn't he a... Facebook streamer?
Maybe. What's that even from? I've never seen it.
Not a Facebook partner. He was also...
He's a pro gamer.
Yeah.
Look at that.
He was a pro gamer.
Forgive me if I don't really respect the pro gamers out there, because 90% of them are just like streamers that aren't actually pro gamers. I hate to say it, but when faced with an actual pro gamer, like I've talked to them, I've tried to be like, yo, like I'll go in their streams, I'll go in their Twitch, and I'll be like, yo, let's do a little 1v1, you and me, until the clock strikes none, and if I get that lightning gun, you better start to run, son. And they're just like, who is this maniac? You know? Yeah. Anyway. I'd be like, in the game, you start to run and hide. You know I'm going to get you, so don't even try. After 5 kills of running and gunning, my accuracy stunning with the lightning gun.
God damn it. I had to kick him. Get out of here. Get out of here, Juggies. What are you going to do with y'all? He was eating? Someone said thank you. Chat, I have a Cash App and Venmo in the bio, and if you even freaking care about me, you'll send me a donation. Crystal, thank you so much thank you for the $7. Lucky number 11. Thank you so much. That's such a good movie. Have you guys seen that movie? Lucky number 11 is such a good movie. MAGA request up. If you want to debate, hop in the box. The fluoride in the water burns my hands. Did you guys see that Utah outlawed fluoride in the water? Hello?
Yeah.
How old are
Why?
we?
15.
What's your favorite Pokemon?
I don't know. I wasn't really into that stuff.
All right, that's a double 2 strikes. Go on. Go on, get. Go on, get. That is a whole calf. What is a young horse?
Go on, get!
That is definitely a tiny horse. 15, no Pokemon. You're out. Not even worth it. A foul, a colt, a goal, foal. I don't even know. Guys, does anyone else play Pokemon the card game Pocket? Is anybody excited about the new Pokemon cards that were just released on Pokemon the card game? Anybody? Can I ask you a question about Signalgate? Maybe. No, we don't give a F. Someone ban that guy. If you're anti-Pokemon, you can get out of here. You can get.
Yo,
Hello?
what's up, man?
What's up, bro?
I am admittedly I'm a lib, so I am not at all a Trump supporter. But I'm curious. I actually got kicked off of I got kicked off of a live the other day by a guy who was essentially saying that Signalgate was worse than Watergate, which I found a little perplexing, and I'm just curious. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm actually, admittedly, I don't know much about Watergate, but I think that the way the administration's handling the aftermath might make it worse than Watergate.
Oh, okay, that is totally fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Pam Bondi's pretty much said it's unlikely that they're gonna press charges or even dig into it.
Right. So okay. So I mean, that's a totally fair point, right? Like the zero accountability aspect does in fact paint the Trump administration as far more complicit in, frankly, the downfall of the rule of law than Nixon really ever was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Well, I don't know. I hope that gives you something.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. I was just curious. Yeah, man, I'll bounce.
All right, bro.
Good chat.
Love you. What's up, vote? On your third account? I don't think he meant to come up. Nixon at least owned it? Yeah. Watergate was spying on Democrats? Yeah, I need to do some research on Watergate. I'm old enough to remember the Watergate trials, and the signal thread is worse. National security. You ever played Wild Rift up on tablet? I did a little bit. I'm actually ass at League of Legends, so I got just raffle stomped.
Started letting you get the power up so I can have some more fun. You come around the corner, I start to juggle, and I don't miss one. Now, as that clock ticks down from that 3 to the 2 to the 1, get you with the shield gun just for fun.
Guys, if someone pays, I will block him.
Don't do that. My favorite Pokemon's a Ditto. Because, you know, Ditto is at the Nintendo Love Hotels.
What?
You didn't know Nintendo had Love Hotels in Japan?
No.
Yeah, dude. They had, before they had all the, you know, consoles, they had Pokemon, not Pokemon cards. They had, what were they called? They were called, like, Naked Lady Playing Cards. And they had Love Hotels, and they would put a deck of cards in every room of their Love Hotels.
Were you freestyling or rapping the whole time that you were gone?
Yeah, I was kind of like...
Nonstop?
Well, maybe not nonstop, but you know, yeah, it's better when I got the the studio and I can mix in my sound effects and whatnot.
Yeah.
You know, get like the get the hit sounds, the ting 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 ting. Yeah. I don't know if you ever played Quake or Unreal Tournament, but that was my jam back in the day.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I spawned at the LG. I moved under the rocks. I go to get the shock, and there you was. Pop! Headshot!
The voice.
You like that?
Unstoppable. Unbelievable. What was the other ones?
Godlike!
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I love those.
All right, get the fuck out of here.
Hi, I just had a really quick question. I've heard nothing about Signalgate. What do you know about that? Because I missed that happening.
Basically, our head of the Secretary of Defense and our just multiple people, multiple senior people in this administration, including, I believe his name is Michael Waltz, added a random, or not a random, a renowned reporter, last name Goldman, from The Atlantic into a text thread that discussed war plans or attack plans on Yemen, on the Houthi in Yemen. It was just a few days ago. And they're using an app you can download from the App Store called Signal, which is not qualified for classified information. And basically, it was just a huge security breach, a national security breach. And the Trump administration and everyone involved is trying to downplay it, saying that it was not in any way classified information, when by law, it obviously is classified information. Any plans discussing place, time, and the nature of battle plans or strikes is, by definition, a classified piece of information. So they're all trying to downplay it, and especially the people who were caught just as close as like 2 weeks ago, saying that they will scrutinize and persecute anybody who breaches or doesn't take national security to like the most serious of nature. They're all involved saying this. Even Tulsi Gabbard and Pete Hegseth, both like on record saying that this is something that they take very seriously, and the same people are saying that none of this stuff matters anymore.
Okay, thank you so much for answering that for me. I am not a Trump supporter. I was just confused on the topic.
You're good.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, wish you luck. Couch Guy was also shit talking the orange in it. Was he really? Was he really? Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. And we might be going to sub only here soon. What have we been live for? Only 2 hours. Might do another 30 minutes before I go sub only. They were chatting about real-time strikes over an unsecured network. Exactly. And it turns out like most of these people involved also had most of their information scrubbed off the internet, including their passwords. Eek. Anybody with criticisms towards the current administration and their failures has Trump derangement syndrome, chat. Every one of them. LOL. You guys are so crazy if you have anything to say bad about Trump. They're better off using Snapchat. Probably. I mean, Snapchat's probably got more security engineers than Signal. Trump's your daddy now. I guess he's yours too. What's crazy is not being critical of your own president, no matter who it is. Yeah, it is crazy. Mike Waltz also apparently had his Venmo transactions set to public. That's true. That is true. So sad. So insane. Like, after you see someone like Matt Gaetz have his Venmo payments bite him in the ass, his public Venmo payments, wouldn't every politician be like, how do you change that? That Venmo info can be used against him by counterintelligence. Yeah, exactly. Violation detected in live now. All right, guys. Dang it. Gotta go. It does. You just gotta email them to request it. I need that. I need that. How does Mike have a Venmo with no bank account? They're not going to do any investigation. Oh no. Pam Bondi has said it's unlikely they will do an investigation about Signalgate. We're living in strange times, scary times. Kamala would have allowed our ships to be shot at. What? Sent you a friend request on Discord? Okay, all right. Biden did nothing about the Houthis shooting ships. Did you know that Trump did nothing about Iran bombing military bases of ours? Did you know that? Ashley, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. Guys, if you're too scared to join up, just say it. I played StarCraft. I played original StarCraft, StarCraft 1. I played custom maps all day. I was not a sweat, though. I played custom... I liked defense games and stuff. Or, like, RPGs. The RPGs were the dopest on StarCraft. The custom ones. Let's get the remastered one going. Brett says I can't request. Brett, what's up? Starship Trooper sounds familiar. I just remember Ghost, dude. The Ghost with the shotgun. So satisfying. Kamala has 0 credibility. You're right. You need at least 34 felonies and 88 pending felonies and multiple scandals, multiple counts of fraud, 4,000 civil lawsuits, and to be a TV reality star, to have any sort of credibility in this nation. Sort your shit out, guys. You need to paint your face orange. Paint your face orange every day if you want anyone to take you serious. Guys, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. I think I scared them all away. I think my glasses are intimidating people. I'm just so handsome in these glasses. People are just intimidated. They're like, dang, that guy's gorgeous. He's probably just as smart as he is gorgeous. I bet he's a master chef and is well read and traveled. Double threat guy? Yeah. I look too smart? That's what they say. Dumb Pickles tracks more debate. Yeah, let's do this. Hold on. Come debate me. I'm just a stupid idiot, liberal soy boy cuck. I'm a freaking dum-dum. I'm big tough. There's no request button? There's no request option? Give us dark pickles? Dude, everybody's saying there's no request button. Do I need to restart? What's going on here? Yeah, we have someone testing it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for helping. It works. It works. You don't see the request either? Do I put the glasses back on? What do I do? When someone's in the box, it shows a request button above them. Weird. Guys, I'm so hungry. I could ride a horse.
Hey.
Hello.
You're fine for me.
Okay.
Oh, I have red bars of death.
Uh-oh. There we go. Now they're flooding in.
Yeah, it's only when somebody's up in the box and it'll say guest above their heads is the only way.
All right. Well, I hope you guys...
I did it with the little pink and blue guys at the bottom.
I hope you guys...
Hey, Brett, long time no see.
What's up?
Are you guys ready for this one?
Crostians? I'm a Crostian?
Yep.
Crostian,
100%.
yeah.
You guys ready for this?
Yep, hold on.
Y'all find it funny that you guys, you can't even get the quote right. You said, I'm so hungry I could ride a horse. The quote is literally, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Oh,
No, it's not, dude.
No, it literally is. Are you insane? That
Dude,
literally
what are
is
you
the quote.
talking about? No one ever says that.
I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Yeah, that's it. You messed it up and you said I'm so hungry I could ride a horse.
I'm so hungry I could ride a horse. That makes sense.
No, that's not the quote though. I said, listen. My granddad said that quote all the time, so I know for 100% fact I'm correct on this one. Some of the opinions, I can see where you're coming from about Kamala, but this one, there's no way, buddy. California, I know for a fact she's California. I know for 100% fact
All
she's
right.
California.
I'm
We
gonna-
got enough information. Right
I'm
there.
gonna.
She's California.
All right. Well, I'm gonna show you this and prove you wrong.
Can't we eat? I'm so hungry I could ride a horse.
Yeah. Who's laughing now? Who's laughing now? You freaking idiot! Who's laughing now?
No.
Who's laughing now?
What they did, I've seen that episode a million times.
Yeah,
Trust me, I watched
okay.
that show.
All right.
They changed it up. They changed it up on
Uh-huh.
purpose to make fun of it, dude.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
Come on.
you guys are delusional, dude. No one's ever said
I'm
the
so
other way
hungry.
around.
I've only ever said it like you, Pickles. I'm so hungry I could ride a horse. How do you expect to go get your food? You have to ride your horse to the store to go get your food.
You're
Guys.
changing the context. The context.
Guys, this is the delusion we have to live with. They're in reality too. All of them.
Is this that TDS they're talking about? Trump done made them deranged syndrome?
Listen, in all actuality, the quote, it's been around since probably dinosaurs. That quote's been around.
Show us your source. Show us your source, because Pickles showed his source. So now I need your source.
I could find the source in 2 seconds, but I'm saying it's not
no,
right.
go ahead and do that.
It's
if you can find a source in 2 seconds, find it.
Wow. Okay, this is gonna be the easiest W for. This is gonna be the easiest one. Well, give me one. I just find it funny that you guys couldn't even get the quote right.
Yeah, and all you're doing right now is talking. I need a source.
Source for it's I'm so hungry I could eat a horse?
Yeah, which doesn't exist because it's
No, I'm saying that's the original quote. They changed it to ride a horse.
No,
It's eat a horse.
Okay. I'm gonna find the source. I just find it fun. I just find it funny that I had to prove this point. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Yes, go find the source.
Hey guys, yeah, it's definitely ride a horse,
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
This
No,
is
it
what we
definitely
Eat a horse.
This is what we have to deal with, Johnny. This is what we have to deal with every day.
No, yeah, definitely ride a horse.
Johnny, are you following me?
Oh, please, Brett. please. I was literally just gonna say I was about to check in on my friend Pickles, and then I come here and here's you, and I'm like, wow, I'm being stalked. That he's there.
I was here
before I even
first.
get there.
I have
I was born
preemptive
first.
stalking this.
Oh wait, no, I wasn't. I was born first.
Dude, you just know that guy never has anything left in his throat. He's got it always cleared. Perfect. Crystal clear.
Wait, no, we got Santana yet? Wow, this is a lineup.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
I'm sorry. I was, again, just listening to my friend Pickles, like, my friend Johnny said, and I heard my friend Johnny say something that was absolutely wrong, so I felt it was my obligation to hop up and say it's definitely eat a horse.
It's ride a horse.
Guys.
Dude, I'm never wrong about this stuff. What do you mean? I'm pretty sure I know if it's ride a horse or eat a horse. Otherwise,
You save the horse, you ride the cowboy. We've heard.
What?
We have source for that as well.
Wait, what?
Exactly. What is he talking about?
Guys, I'm going to show my source one more time, and then
Okay.
we're going to have to take this W. We're going to have to take this W.
Santana, I think you and I are not in on the joke.
I'm so hungry I could ride a horse.
Mic drop. Mic drop.
Dang.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was
listen.
wrong.
What do you have to say for
I
yourselves?
was wrong. I was
What
wrong.
was the cowboy
wrong.
quote?
I was
it's
wrong.
It's a song
was wrong.
from the 2000s. It's "Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy."
Okay.
Like
See?
the only country
So-
song that I like.
Yeah, so we wouldn't eat the horse if we have to save the horse.
What's the cowboy's name?
No.
Pickles.
Listen. But wait,
Cowboy.
but you know what they say. Sometimes when you fall off a horse, you got to get right back up and eat that horse. Brett, come eat that horse with me.
You know what they say? One horse a day keeps the eating away.
I heard it's 2 birds, 1 horse.
You know what? I remember I almost said something, but remember we were on TikTok. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Did we
Yeah.
do TikTok After Dark on GT's live last night?
Oh, I heard that. Oh, I absolutely heard it. That was wild.
I always get in trouble when I do TikTok, Johnny. Like after dark, I'm always getting in trouble, and I just don't understand why nobody else gets in trouble after dark. Why is it always Johnny?
That's the other one. You have to eat the hair of the horse that bit you. Everyone knows that one. We can agree on that one, right?
Yep.
Wait, I thought it was the dog of the hair. I mean, the hair
Same.
of the
I thought it
dog.
was dog.
Yeah, hair of the dog.
Why are you
It's
eating a horse's hair? Where does the horse come into this?
Because you have to ride the horse to go get your
it's
food
not
so you
very
can eat.
horse
Why
hair
are
is
you
much more
eating?
filling.
But wait, if you eat the horse, then how are you going to get your glue?
Right. See, Santana, we're on the same page here.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget, some of us in elementary school ate glue, so, I mean...
Damn it, that's right. I wasn't, but yeah.
You know, I think
I'm not gonna lie, I did. I was young. I was a young dumb kid at the time. Didn't know any better. But yeah, I mean,
Are you Daniel? Are you a Trump supporter?
I was, but not anymore. After all the BS that he, all the BS that he's been doing on his second term. Yeah, no, I am a registered Republican, which I'm now. I actually made the decision last week to actually switch to the Democratic side.
You regret your vote, base.
I would kiss you right in the mouth if you were right here, Daniel.
Yeah,
With your
and,
consent.
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I did vote for him during my first term, and then during this term, yes, I did vote for him. But now I'm regretting that because it's like the first time I thought wasn't that bad, but now this term has become a huge shit show. I mean, just the way he's going about immigration, all the executive orders that he's going at it. It's like he's going at it with a stampede without even taking everything into consideration, how it's going to affect the American people. It's like, yeah, no, I am totally regretting that.
Wow, what a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
Fresh horse air.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I walked right in when you guys started talking about horses, and I was like, what did I get myself into?
Well, I hope you have re-upped on your. You got your blue gear. If you want, I also have merch. If you need a shirt to fit in, I got merch. It's in my link tree.
Got merch in his link tree.
That's right.
Everything half off for a limited time only. I was just kidding.
And also, not to mention,
For a small donation, you can help this grifter not be homeless. It is up to you to save our compatriot. You do not want to see this white man cry. Do what you're supposed to. What would Jesus do? He would feed Johnny. He would feed Pickles. He would feed Santana. He would feed Heather. Do what is right.
become a supporter. Donate.
Like, tap, share, donate. Pickles is an angel.
So, like, I chimed out for 5 minutes there, and I just got back. What was that?
Johnny, we are completely off the rails. Johnny, we are completely off the rails. You thought we were off the rails before you left.
Dang, ASPCA.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
For only
I did not consent to being in a commercial.
Yeah, I need to sign my waivers first.
Yeah.
For $1 a day, you can feed Pickles.
This is the advertisement that we do whenever I'm on.
Deanna, thank you so much for the $5. I will eat a whole dish of chicken tikka masala with that $5. Thank you.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say horse knuckles.
Oh.
Yeah. I actually want to say something. If it's okay. Actually, one of the reasons why I came on here is I've been in Brett Cross's live a few times, and in all the discussions that he's had, was another reason why I switched over to the Democratic Party, because all the during the last few days I've seen him live, it's like, I'm gonna have to look into these things. So as I'm looking into them, I'm like, well, I'll be damned. I'm like, this is right. Why wasn't I aware of that? So Brett, I do thank you for that. So yeah.
I appreciate that. Real quick. Hey, motherfuckers. It's Brett 1, you guys 0. Let's go.
We do have opposition, Daniel. I'm gonna boot you. Appreciate you coming up and sharing.
I appreciate that.
We love you. Welcome, welcome, and you guys are welcome to stay if you guys are trying to help debate for a sec.
No. Listen, I just came up for the shenanigans, and I'll be down listening as always.
You the man.
I love you guys.
Love you, Santana.
I gotta go too. I'm jumping on a podcast, but I just wanted to come up and say, Pickles, good to see you, and Brett.
What's up, Johnny? Why am I not invited to the podcast?
What's going on, bro? You know why, Brett?
It was one time, Johnny. It was one time.
Brett.
Okay?
Brett. It was the entire flight of staircase. It was the entire staircase, dude.
It was an accident.
All right. She's literally all right. Bye.
Tesla.
This.
Eduardo, you're a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
What do you like about Trump?
Well, I can name some policies that immediately within the first few months he passed that I agree with, like the Lake and Rally Act. I agree with that. The trans ban athlete ban the ban against trans athletes in competition with women. I agree with that, and I agree with some of the deportations. I think a country needs to enforce its laws.
Okay, it's not it's actually breaking the laws. The things he's doing, deportation. So I think that's a silly way to put it. Samantha, Samantha, thank you for the.
We shouldn't be having illegal immigrants in our country, right?
Samantha, thank you so much for the $20. Saying your commercial made me cry. You're welcome, Samantha. I'm sorry about that. I think that in fact the last two Democratic administrations deported more than Trump did. So I think that you're silly to try to say that to me.
I'm not denying that, but I'm not denying that, but I agree with the efforts that Trump is making, to enforce immigration laws. I think that's a good thing.
Okay, but what about the glaring anti-constitutional things like denying people their right to trial? I think that's a much worse crime than crossing an imaginary line.
Real quick, because can you repeat that? It cut off, and I didn't hear everything.
What about Trump doing anti-constitutional things such as denying people's right to a trial in due process?
Oh, I haven't denied. I mean, yeah, there's some, but like I said, the efforts to enforce immigration laws,
those are within the efforts you're talking about. Yes, he's doing things that are unconstitutional against federal judges' orders.
That judge has literally no authority over the executive branch, right? Just because a judge claims in order to
just because you say that doesn't mean that's true. Federal judges absolutely do have.
Just because a judge says turn your plane around, their words literally have no meaning. They're not a god. This is the common sense era. Common sense. No, we're not turning the plane around.
Are you saying there's no checks and balances now? Are you saying that Trump can just do whatever he wants now without having to follow the rule of law?
What? Hold on, look, he made that proclamation, the Aliens Whatever Act, and
wait,
he can do that.
He says he didn't do that.
Executive branch.
He says he didn't do that. Didn't he?
Well,
he just said he didn't do that.
I haven't followed entirely. I just know his team is going to use that in court. I do know that much. I'm not gonna pretend that I know everything.
Who's gonna oversee this trial? Judge?
Possibly a court. Yeah, they're gonna ask him it's gonna.
And what are they gonna be able to do to him? I thought he's above that.
Excuse me.
What are they gonna be able to do to him if he's above the law?
They're just gonna figure out whether it was lawful or if he did or if he didn't. And he's just gonna argue back that what he did. I already know the defense he wants to make, but
that's weird.
I'm saying, I think the efforts to enforce our immigration laws, I think it's better than what Biden did, allowing people just to stay in hotels paid for by the tax dollars.
Those are asylum seekers. Those are legal.
I think we can agree the efforts Trump is making is a good thing for our country,
No, it's actually causing an economic decline, and it's causing other countries to put travel warnings on our country because Trump is being such an authoritarian that people are not even going to come here and be tourists because they're afraid of the actions Trump will take with them, and that will make our economy dip.
Wait, hold on. You mind if I just respond to somebody in the comments real quick?
No, you're debating
Yo,
me, not my comments.
Well, hold on, because they're kind of coming after my family and shit, and like what the hell?
I don't feel sorry for you, Eduardo. Talk to me. If you want to
You
go,
don't have to feel sorry.
go
but
fight them.
I have an obligation to talk.
Go fight them in the comments if you want to be in the comments. You're debating me.
Leo Salty. I'm a legal citizen, bro. That's not gonna happen. Anyways,
wait. How would they make sure that you're a legal citizen? Wouldn't you like go to trial?
Have
You have a birth certificate. What about are your parents legal citizens?
Yes, they are.
Were they naturalized?
Yes.
Naturalized? They weren't born here?
Yeah. Why?
Isn't Trump trying to undo that?
Deported?
Trump's trying to undo naturalized citizens?
Are you insinuating legal citizens are being deported? Are you saying that's happening?
Yeah, actually, yes. Yeah.
Name someone. Name a citizen.
There was somebody that was deported who had a motherfucking autism awareness tattoo, and he was labeled a Tren de Agua.
That guy was an illegal, right? He wasn't a citizen. He was illegal. I know.
He was legal. He was legal under temporary protection status.
Dude, a green card is not legal. That is a permit. That's a residency. All right.
And you're here legally if you have a green card, right?
I'm not a resident. I am a citizen.
Okay, but he's here legally though, right? So he's not supposed to be deported?
The statement was, are they deporting citizens? And they're not.
They've detained citizens.
I mean, immigration has the right to revoke green card, status. I mean, that's something that they can do. I'm not saying it's how you say moral. But people on the left are saying.
Why do you think we need to? Why do you think we need to start breaking laws so that Trump can get his deportation numbers up? Is he just trying to do this to?
I need to break laws. I'm just saying. I think his efforts are a lot better than Biden's efforts.
Biden deported more people, so how is that even true?
Trump's already hit half those numbers in like 3 months, barely, bro. So
no,
you could say
Biden has literally month by month beat him.
Biden literally slept in the closet, never came out ever.
It sounds like Biden was better than him even while asleep.
That dude had dementia, right? At least Trump has had more public speeches and more public appearances in his first 3 months than Biden had in 4 years, right?
Okay, but Biden was more. He was more productive even while sleeping. It's pretty sad.
I don't think we're gonna agree that a country should enforce its immigration laws, but another.
I think you're strawmanning because Trump is just not enforcing immigration laws, right? Because you're supposed to have due process if you're deporting people.
By deporting illegal.
You're supposed to have due process by deporting people.
To be back in our country, just say it.
No, I think we should have due process, right? To make sure they're gangsters.
You want the gangsters in our country? Just say it, bro.
No, I think we should do due process so that people with just tattoos that people don't get deported.
Yo, dirty base. I didn't vote against my family. You're an idiot. I know what I'm doing. All right, you're a racist, dirty base. I was responding to another person.
Eduardo, do you want to just touch the screen and hide the chat so that my eyes are up here.
No, bro. I'm focused on the debate. But when
Eyes are
people
up here.
attack my family, I am going to respond. When people attack, maybe you don't care about your own family. I'm gonna defend myself and my family when people attack them.
Okay, so do you think that we should cut, like, we should bypass the law to enforce the law?
What law was bypassed?
Due process.
Due process is that an inherent right granted to U.S. citizens or non-citizens?
All people on U.S. soil. All of them. Who does the U.S. Constitution apply to? Does it apply to citizens?
Even people that broke the law and broke into the country.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
Oh, that sounds like a really good liberal talking point.
That's what you guys are constitutionalists. You always cry that you guys are constitutionalists.
Let the gangsters in here. The child rapists. All the.
Do you mean Trump? Trump's a gangster. Trump's a rapist. We should throw him in prison right now.
You mean that woman that accused him of this when he was dating a supermodel?
Yeah, what would be your level of burden of proof for us to prove that he's a rapist? You would want us to take him to trial, right?
I mean, didn't he already go to trial and it was found?
And he won.
Not true?
I mean, he lost. Yeah, he was found liable, and he has to pay $85 million. To
who? The girl.
E. Jean Carroll.
Didn't that girl that accused him go on the media and claim that she likes grape? Didn't she say that?
No, I'm sure there's selective like edits of her, but what she said was, some people think grape is sexy. I don't. It's not.
She advocated for that stuff. So
do you think Trump should be thrown in prison?
I mean, wasn't it already proved not true? I mean,
No, it was proven to be
how come
true.
not-
It was proven to be true. He lost the trial. She won.
Hold on. So a civil case, right? Is that what he lost? A civil case?
Yeah. So you're saying he needs to do a criminal case?
So
he needs to
lost a
have
civil case.
he needs to have something called due process.
He
Maybe
lost a civil case.
you mean due process?
A civil case he lost is so that's your same talking point for entering a country illegally is that it's a civil crime, so we need to have lighter sentences on these people.
Are you
'cause they
are you
break
saying
civil
that we need to
crimes.
do due process to make sure that he's a criminal or not?
So what is it? Do we jail civil crimes now, or do we just give them a free pass? So what is
No,
it now?
civil means your monetary liability, and then criminal means you're like just like going through the legal system and
Yeah,
possibly
so Trump
being
lost a civil
jailed.
case. Trump lost a civil case.
So what would be need to send him to jail?
Trespassing into a country is, according to you people, a civil crime. So what is it? Should we sentence civil criminals to jail, or should we have lighter sentences?
They're not anything. Who's judge and jury here? ICE?
But just because they, investigate these people, find that they're gang members, or if they're not gang members in the least bit here in the country illegally, and then take action. And
You're having a
deport
real hard time telling me why we should just send people without trial to the worst prison on earth.
them. You're having a hard time convincing me why we should allow gang members and
Who's a gang
rapists and
member?
other
You're not
dangerous
telling me
people
we haven't
into our
proven any of these people to be gang members, have we? We haven't proven anything.
You're having a hard time trying to convince me that we need to let illegal people in this country, period. When my parents had to work their ass off to get legal status.
People
in this
don't even want to
country.
come here don't even come here legally because Trump is reversing people's legal status. 500,000 people legal status is being reversed so that Trump can send them off on planes because he gets kickbacks from the people who fly the planes.
So is it a bad idea to vet and enforce immigration laws and see who can and can't come into the country?
I think it's a great idea to vet. I think it's a great idea to vet people. I think it's great. And that's what Trump is not doing. He's just finding random people and sending them off.
You're cutting off again.
He's just arbitrarily finding people and sending them to the worst prison on earth, and your tax money's paying for that. You think that's good?
I think those are just accusations.
It's proven.
You're really insinuating that he is. So, do you think I'm in trouble of getting deported? Like, honestly, do you think?
No, if you're a
I'm one of the
citizen,
people
you're
that's
not.
gonna-
Maybe your parents are soon.
I mean, they're not. They're naturalized citizens.
Trump literally wrote an executive order trying to undo the naturalization process, and you have not even blinked an eye at it,
Not
which is
undo what's already
constitutional.
been done. Not undo what's already been done. This wouldn't revoke
Actually, that's not
citizenship for
true. He
naturalized
wants to
citizens.
undo some of the ones that have been done too. Yes.
Dude, that is literally just some fear mongering.
Debatably, he doesn't like how you became a citizen. He doesn't like you. The people that like your parents
Do
came
you know
across
how I became
and
a
shout out
citizen?
someone like you. He doesn't like the fact that you got your citizenship.
Do you know how I became a citizen? Do you really want to just assume shit? That
Did
he
she
doesn't like
shit
how
you
I-
out and you
how me
became
my
one?
family- No, but all right. So if I told you how I became a citizen, do you think Trump would actually, not like that? But
How
my
did you become
parents
one?
signing up- By my parents signing into migrant programs to work here on a visa, on a work visa, as children for like at least 2
Just
to
like
3
the people
years.
Trump is reversing, just like the people Trump is sending
Well,
away now.
asylum seekers that just come in here, stay, have a free hotel visit.
No. I'm talking about like Haitians who have the same programs that your parents had. He's sending them away right now.
Dude, I literally visited Del Rio, Texas, saw them all just freeloading in playgrounds and tent cities. These people were not working.
Did you say Del Rio?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I live an hour from Del Rio.
No, I live here in Texas. I witnessed the invasion.
Where?
in my
The
border
invasion,
town.
all 2%, All 2% of the undocumented migrants of this population?
Have
The
you seen this
2%?
up close? Have you seen this,
I live in Dallas.
bro? I know. So you should see this.
I
then.
live
Are
in
you blind?
Uvalde.
I don't see anything. I see what
You
you
don't-
guys going crazy.
So you have blinders on, dude. I live in the border city. There was.
So you live
like
in one of the
hundreds
safest cities in the United States. You live in a border city?
Dude, dude, what? Dude, these people, and then honestly, the media didn't cover it. They unalived people from my town.
Sure.
It wasn't covered.
Sure.
No, I'm serious.
I love how you're not saying the name
Look,
of
I'll
the
follow
city.
you, and then I'll send you the link that the local newspaper printed. From
And then
my
I'll
town of
send you the link to the 17,000 murders that U.S. citizens committed.
Okay, and they're getting prosecuted in jail like they should be, huh? Is that a pissing contest? And who does the more, murders? Is that a pissing?
Migrants
contest?
are
It's
by
about
far
what
way
they
less
shouldn't be
criminal
happening
and
to
way
kids.
less violent, and for some reason you still hate them.
I don't hate, dude. I don't hate immigrants.
Yeah, you
This is
do.
what
You don't even want
get.
them to
I
have
think a
trial.
country should
You don't
enforce
even
its
want them to have
immigration
trial.
laws.
Dude, they're literally reversing legal migrants to kick them out. You do hate migrants.
Let me ask you this. You know Mexico is deporting the illegals in their country too. I keep up with politics and current events over there.
Wow.
Do you think that's messed up that they're deporting the illegals in their country?
Oh, wow. Are they deporting legal people? Because that's what we're doing.
Oh, can you hear me? Sorry, I had to reset the Wi-Fi. All right. No. So you know what they are doing in Mexico? So people are getting deported to the country, right? So a lot are Mexican citizens, some aren't. They have free, government-funded housing for only Mexican citizens over there. Everyone else, they're kicking out in the streets because they don't even want the illegals in their country. They're
Yeah.
going to incentivize
And
illegals,
and we
non-Mexican
and
citizens
and
back
so does
home.
Biden and so did Obama, but Trump is deporting legal people. Legal with the
Dude,
L.
he's not deporting legal people, dude.
Yeah, he is.
Name a
He's
legal person who's been deported.
all 500,000, 230,000 Ukraine temporary protective status people. They're all being deported for no reason, just because
Dude, I
Trump
already
can't
told
find
you,
anybody else to
green
deport.
card holders are not citizens, dude.
I'm not saying they're citizens. They are legally here, though, right?
No, dude, that is not. Dude, I didn't say. I think we're having a
Ooh,
miscommunication.
ooh,
I'm saying legal citizens and deported.
ooh. If you want people like your parents who came here on a work visa to continue to come here on a work visa, just like your parents fucking did, and you want
Dude,
those
they did
people
the
to be
naturalized
targeted by Trump,
After a few years of work
Okay.
for a country, they were
Okay.
vetted by ICE. They saw that they
and
put
so are
into
all
our
of these
country-
people. So
They're
are all
not-
of these people, all of these Ukraine people. Same
How
thing.
come America is the only country whose president gets a lot of hate and bullshit because he enforces the country's immigration laws? Every country on the planet enforces
Every single one of
immigration.
our presidents, Obama and Biden, did a better job than Trump and deported more people without breaking the law. Trump's breaking the law
Okay.
in doing so.
Dude,
That's why.
Are you really gonna boldly say that that the other presidents did not break the law? You cannot say that with a
Can you
straight
tell
face
me?
and
Can you tell me where they did?
But Hunter Biden laptop thing that's
Hunter
going on?
Biden is the president's
know-
son. Nadia, thank you for the sub.
And he colluded in that shit. So
Oh, where's the indictment? Did they indict him yet?
he colluded in it. I mean, according to you, accusations are concrete. According to you,
No, according to you, they're concrete. You don't need a trial.
according to you, accusations are.
I
Concrete.
require a trial, and you don't.
Hold on. So every country on the planet is wrong for enforcing their immigration laws.
No, we enforce our immigration laws using the law. Yours just does it like
So
with his own opinion.
Do you think any other country has maybe circumvented certain things or whatever just to preserve citizenship of the people in their own land?
That doesn't even make sense. But maybe Nazi Germany.
Nazi. All right, so Mexico is also doing this stuff. Like I told you, they're
You just told me they're deporting illegal people, right? People who aren't supposed to be there.
non-Mexican
We
citizens
already did that.
without due process too. Without due process.
Sure.
Is it messed up?
Do they have a
I'm
U.S.
serious.
Do
No,
they
I
have a
keep up with current
constitution?
events.
Do they have constitutional rights like the U.S. people in the U.S. do?
Bro, the way it works over there, they could care less. If you're not a Mexican citizen, they're gonna deport them, dude. Even they don't want these people there.
Dog,
They
you
want
are
people
you're
doing
a
the right
walking
things.
L, Eduardo. You're a walking
I'm
L.
a walking out because I stay educated on my own heritage, on my own history.
No, because you can't face the fact that Trump is breaking the law to deport even legal people, people who are legally here. You can't face the facts, face the music that Trump is breaking the law, and he's not even doing as good as a job as Biden did. Biden did a better job.
So you think we're the only country in the whole planet that deports illegal citizens?
How did you get that from what I just said?
And then what Trump's doing is just as it's like Nazi Germany. According to you.
No, he's just doing whatever he wants to do. He's being authoritarian. He's not minding the Constitution. He's not following the law.
How's
He's
he
not fettering
authoritarian?
federal
He was voted in.
orders, federal judges'
He was voted in
orders.
by the majority. How's that authoritarian?
You guys
He
had a
was voted in.
1.7% margin of win. It
how's
doesn't
that
give
voted?
you the right to circumvent the Constitution.
How's he authoritarian? He was voted in by the majority of the voters. So how
Does that mean he
was
gets extra powers? Does that mean he doesn't have to follow the Constitution?
He's not getting extra powers. So obviously, there's court dates upcoming because there's checks and
Yeah,
balances.
and who's going to decide whether he's breaking the law or not? A judge?
Yeah, not the one that told him to turn the plane back.
Actually,
Yeah,
that's
that
not
guy.
true. The same judge is actually going to be seeing that one.
So just real quick, you think every other country is justified in deporting their illegals, but ours isn't?
No, you're just keep saying illegals when I'm saying Trump is deporting legal people.
That hasn't
You just keep
happened.
saying that.
You haven't named a legal citizen that's been deported.
We
You
have
just
we
said
have
green
multiple
card
people who are you just keep saying legal citizen and I keep saying legal people who are here
holders. No,
legally
but
with
there's a
green
difference. The
cards.
citizen, dude, no, there's a difference. Citizen
Yeah,
is
I know. You
citizen.
keep saying citizen. You keep moving the bar. I keep saying people who are here legally are being deported.
Deflecting by saying green card holders.
Yeah, people who are here legally. Who else is going to come and try to
Green
get a
card
green
holders,
card now that Trump is deporting them against the law?
You know the executive branch can revoke green card holders. They can revoke that shit, right? You know that, right?
Okay. And why do you think Trump is doing that?
I don't know. Ask him. But do you think
Okay.
it's bad?
Yeah, he's invoking a wartime law from 1798 to do that.
So America is the only country in the world that can enforce its laws.
No,
and
you're just
then
making
further
that
this
up.
shit over.
Why do you keep moving it?
No,
Moving
that's
the
the truth. That's
goalposts?
the truth.
No, you're just
I mean,
you're like a child. You're like like when you lose a conversation, when
bring
you
up
lose a debate,
facts.
you're like you're always right and I'm always
Well, I'm telling you
wrong.
the facts that every country enforces their laws. So, I mean, try breaking into North
Trump is
Korea, see what
breaking the
happens.
laws. Do you think every country breaks the laws when a leader figures out like that he can't fucking meet his quota on deportations?
Dude, so I mean, just what happens if you cross into North Korea illegally? Just tell me what happens.
I don't know. Do you go live in North Korea if you like their border law so
You get
much?
fucking blasted. That's what happens. You cross into North Korea illegally, you'll get blasted on the spot, dude.
Eduardo, you are one of the dumbest people I've ever talked to. And Andrew, thank you so much for the $25 to drop him. Eduardo, spend some good time with your parents. Tell them you love them.
Does he know that Trump's not going to pick him? That was a lot of pick me energy.
There's a horror story circulating around out here of a Canadian that went through like the detentions with ICE and getting deported. She was there legally. For years, she's been running a company so she split her time between Vancouver and San Diego. So like she had all the permits and visas and everything. And then she was detained when she went back to San Diego and was in one of those awful detention centers for 2 weeks.
It's just
White
it's so
woman,
wild. So wild.
blonde hair, Canadian. Like they're not really discriminating against, like it could be anybody. They could do it to anybody. So it's crazy.
Oh, there's a U.S. citizen girl that was deported to Mexico. She had cancer. That's right.
15-year-old girl.
Hello, no name. Are you there? I don't think they're there. Yeah. This is literally helping nobody. Hello, Imanso? Jamanso? Yeah, W for W Andrews in the chat for the drop. Thank you, Andrew. I see a few friendlies in the request box, guys. I love y'all, but don't you hurt my numbers. A veteran in New York detained for being brown. Yikes. Host spewing lies. Come tell me which lies I'm spewing. Much love, Ice. Hello?
Hello?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Hello? Yes,
Uh-huh.
sir.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
Yes, sir. I know this is kind of crazy, but the reason I voted for him was more or less because of the Democrats and what they did to Mr. Joe Biden.
What did we do to him?
Yes, sir. So I think it was a kind of a mix of things, more or less keeping him up on stage, saying he was fine. I'm not sure if you were on TikTok kind of debating or pulling for the Democrats at that time, but when he was up on stage.
When he was
Go
up
ahead.
there saying things like the late, great Hannibal Lecter endorsed him, or that like there were airports in the Revolutionary War, or that magnets go poof in water, or that we should nuke a hurricane, like those things.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, when he was kind of incoherent, kind of just
Like all those
I know
things that
that's what
I just
Trump
listed.
said, but-
Trump said.
Yeah, Trump said that.
Yeah,
I know,
Trump.
I'm just saying.
Trump is by far way less coherent than Biden.
You truly believe that?
I believe it with my hearts of hearts. Yes, if Biden ran as many ads and poured as many millions of dollars into anti-Trump clips and ran a campaign for president for 4 years like a weirdo, you'd have the same heat towards Trump.
I disagree with that, but yeah, I think what really pushed me towards Trump was just, I mean, I didn't think it was fair. I think it was borderline elderly abuse, on the sense of everyone saying Biden was fine. Do you think Biden was fine?
Yeah.
Like throughout that whole process?
Mm-hmm.
You still think he's doing fine?
Yeah, he's fantastic. He's great.
Okay.
Have you seen
you're actually the
like
first person
speeches?
Of Biden? No, I have not actually. I've not seen anything of him since he's.
Yeah, he's doing good.
I disagree with that. I mean, I think even a lot of the other supporters were in agreement that there was something going on with him, and
He's showing his age a
lot
little
of people
bit,
were just.
but that's it.
You think that's all he's doing, showing his age a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, gotcha. Now I guess what was really not upsetting, but in the sense of what pushed me towards the Republican Party more or less is the fact that everyone was saying like, oh, he's not getting pushed out. He's not getting pushed out. Then there was things that came out saying
So you
Obama was pushing him
saw a
out.
little bit of drama on TV. You don't really vote on policy or anything.
Not necessarily. Like I'm not exactly. I can't name a policy in the sense of like
Most of y'all
that
can't.
type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say the average American, I mean, if you go, I don't know, let's just pull a city, say Philadelphia, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and you go up to someone and ask them a policy, they're probably going to not know it, whether they voted for Democratic, Republican. I think people live in real life. Not everyone does get paid to sit on this microphone. I think
I've seen people like you've probably come up on a debate platform before, right? And had someone you ask you about policy before.
I've seen him yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and you still haven't Googled any policy?
Wait, can you rephrase that question? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
You still haven't Googled policy of either side, even though this is a constant debate that we present to you guys. You still haven't done it. I've seen people debate on your side for years and still don't look at policy. They look at the shit that you're talking about. They're looking at little clips on YouTube. They're looking at Like, you know, he said, she said, drama on TV. You're not actually look at the laws that they write, because that's ultimately why we vote these people into office, for the laws they promise they're going to legislate, not because of like how they carry themselves on TV. Grow up, dude.
Okay. Do you think Biden was like, did he uphold all the policies he promised?
He was the most productive president in like 30 years.
Wow. So you don't think like the everyday American was struggling during the time of Biden?
There was a worldwide pandemic, my friend. The whole world was struggling.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's what I was kind of getting at. Like, do you think people should vote off of that more or less of like everyday
If you
living,
try to
or
conflate
just policies?
if you try to conflate Biden with the pandemic, I think you're silly, especially since he was the only one who believed in the vaccine and science. And Trump basically was too scared to tell you guys to go get vaccinated. And Republicans died at a 15% higher rate because you guys have nothing but like politics, you know, like being outraged, you know, political outrage for wearing a mask or getting vaccinated, believing in science, social distancing, closing down a store so you don't spread a deadly virus. And you guys, 1.2 million people died. There was a 9/11 every day, and you guys still wanted to just keep everything open. It's fucking disgusting.
When you say you guys, I never said I want to keep everything open.
Yeah, well, Trump did, and that wasn't a deal breaker for you. Van City, thank you for the auto renew.
And isn't there underlying health concerns after the vaccine, or is that just false news?
That's fake news.
So there's not
I can talk
cardiac
about that if
issues.
you want.
I'm sorry?
I don't want to talk about it because I'm live on YouTube and I've been banned twice because of you people spreading
okay.
vaccine misinformation.
Okay, yeah, we don't have to talk about it. Can we talk about immigration?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. What's your, I guess not perfect world, because nothing can be perfect, but what's your take on it? What do you think would be the best kind of solution for it?
I think instead of making the United States into an authoritarian like country to where nobody wants to even come visit, we could just have more judges adjudicate these asylum claims. We could make more legal pathways to citizenship so that people don't have to get smuggled in and graped on the way in. I think that we could invest in more technology to scan for the F drug if that's a real concern, instead of bullying our closest trade allies with $186 billion tariffs. I think that we could maintain our superpower on the political, on the world stage by staying in things that, you know, help us contribute to like the world of science and humanitarian aid, and keeping people from spreading AIDS in South Africa, or people from unaliving from starvation in war-torn countries, instead of letting our adversaries like China and Russia go and groom those countries into being pro-China and pro-Russia. I think that we could stand up for nations, sovereign nations who are being invaded by their neighbors, who were slaughtered unprovoked. I think that we could do all of those things, and it's like a no-brainer. But since Trump isn't for those things, you guys aren't for those things because you have to justify his presidency.
And why wasn't Biden for those things either? Because as far as I was aware, he only passed one policy in the sense of just hiring more judges, and that's more or less it. So
That was the policy that your side and our side both drew up together, and Trump told us not to pass it because he wants to run on the border.
yeah, but you just named like 50 different things, and that was only one thing the Democratic Party could come up with.
Okay, well, our side passed an infrastructure bill that Trump promised you guys his first administration. They made one attempt. It didn't pass. Even his own side didn't want to pass it, so he fucking threw it at the wall and went golfing 200 times. He said he was going to build the wall and have Mexico pay for it, but of course they're not going to play ball after he called them rapists, after he called them animals, poisoning the blood of our country, all of that shit. And then he said he was going to pass something to replace the ACA, and he never even drew up a plan. He still has no plan to replace the ACA, hasn't even drawn one up, and it's been 8 years. He doesn't fucking care. He doesn't even want to do it. He's just saying things.
Yeah, I'm asking why didn't Biden do anything for it as
Okay,
well? I
Biden
mean, he
didn't
only passed
promise to
that.
replace the ACA. He expanded it. He didn't try to replace. He doesn't want to. Biden passed the Chips and Science Act, created a fuck ton of manufacturing jobs here in America. He drew up the Inflation Reduction Act, which collects more tax revenue, which hired IRS agents to go after billionaires who don't pay their taxes, like Trump. He invested in alternative fuels that made oil companies have to compete with prices that that have to compete with people who are generating energy through windmills and solar farms. He did things such as the Veterans Pact Act, which was the largest healthcare bill for veterans in the last few decades, and almost all the Republicans voted against it. They always vote against trying to help our veterans, and yet veterans still vote for them for some reason. None of it makes any sense. But thank God, Biden, we don't have somebody in there who's kind of mumbling a little bit on stage.
I wouldn't determine that as kind of mumbling. I mean, he was borderline completely incoherent.
Okay, well, that's a stretch. It's a huge stretch.
I don't think it is though. I mean, even a lot of Democrats say that now. Like,
Okay,
are like, yeah, we were
I don't shop for opinions. I have my own.
okay, but you put me in the same group with you guys as in Republicans. So why can't I do that for you?
You just gave me your opinions on this.
No,
You
when
can't
talking
justify
about,
you can't justify your position with all of these other people agree with me. That's not really a reason.
Gotcha. Okay,
That's
so
being a sheep.
you never answered my question. How do you think the vetting process is in Mexico for immigration? Do you think it's fair?
I'm not really aware of the vetting process for Mexican for immigrating to Mexico.
No. To come into the U.S.
I think it's too long, too expensive, and that's why people do it illegally.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And now this is just a question I have. What do you think about like an ITIN number for someone in like New Jersey?
What do I think about it?
Like that can get a yeah. Like what's your thoughts about it? I'm kind of conflicted on it. How they can get a driver's license and still be illegal, but then get deported even if they have a driver's license.
A driver's license just means you know how to drive, and it stops people from doing hit and runs. So I'm totally behind it.
Okay, awesome. And then, so you think the vetting process from coming to Mexico to the U.S. is fair, or trying to get into the U.S.?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Like,
do I think it's fair? No, I
like,
think it needs work.
Okay, gotcha. And what would you work on? Like, because I guess my concern about that is, how do you, who's vetting them? It would have to be off of the Mexico's government, correct?
No.
Like, that's what you would go off of. So how would you vet someone that's coming from Mexico to the U.S.?
Well, yeah, you would have to use like Interpol, and you would have to use other systems to see if they have a legal record. For like, if they're criminals, obviously you would not let them in, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now I guess that's my question. Would you believe in Mexico's records? Would you think those are completely
Are you
true?
just
Or do you
casting
think those
doubt
could be skewed
on?
in-
Are you just casting doubt on Mexico's legal system? So we shouldn't let anyone in?
No, that's I'm just asking a question. I mean, there's definitely doubt in my mind about Mexico's legal system, considering that a good portion of the country is ran by the Schmartel. So,
So we
I think
shouldn't. What
that's.
should we do about that? You just want to have a complaint?
I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you.
Okay, I think we should be able, if even if they're somehow circumventing the legal system and getting through, showing that they have no violent crime or whatever, and when they really do, when they actually get here, they're not committing crime. So what makes you think this is such a huge issue? Literally, only 29 murders happened last year, and if the whole world had a low crime rate, such as or like equivalent to the people coming from Mexico or coming across the southern border, we'd be the safest country on planet Earth by light years. If everybody followed the law, like all of the people that came here from south of the border, we would be the safest country by light years.
Is there proof behind that?
Yes,
And where are you getting your source from?
from Department of Homeland Security and Customs Border Patrol.
Okay. Could you reference that by chance?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Oops.
Yeah, very close to you now.
Real quick, Pickles, I'm gonna bounce, brother.
Okay. Hey.
I'm gonna see myself out.
Anytime, dude. All right. Here's the homicide and manslaughter. We have 29 right here. 29 for murders for fiscal year 2024. If we can.
This is only for undocumented.
Yep.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So if we multiplied that by 10 and 13 million people that caused 29 murders, if it was 130 million people and they committed 290 murders, that is a literal dream come true. We're a country of 350 million people. We had 17,000 murders last year. That is way more than 290.
Okay, and what are the rest of the crimes? I understand that. If that's I'm trying to, I can't even see it because the comments. I'm sorry.
We have assault, domestic, we have burglary, driving under the influence. We have all these things. None of these things are outrageous. None of them. They're all in line. They're all way under. Undocumented migrants are 1/4 less likely to commit a violent crime and 1/3 less likely to commit a property crime compared to U.S. citizen. In a room with one U.S. citizen versus in a room with one undocumented migrant, you are less safe with the U.S. citizen. 3 times over.
Sorry, I'm just reading them. It's pretty far away. No, I got you. Now I guess how do they determine if ITIN doesn't determine that they're documented, correct? Because I know there's a little bit of a not a leeway or anything with that, but ITIN wouldn't consider them documented in the eyes of that statistic, correct?
Right. ITIN, you're still undocumented, even though you were technically documented.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I was just curious, yeah, I didn't know if that doesn't include ITIN or if it does.
It does.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's pretty crazy if that's true. I mean, I wouldn't have a reason to doubt it. But I feel, yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's awfully low.
It's pretty crazy when you think about them playing Laken Riley's death on TV over and over again and not multiple other different ones because it's the only one they had, right?
Right. No, I agree. I think a lot of the commercials and media's not too good. I'll be honest, on both sides. But yeah, I guess I just look at for example, Trenton, New Jersey or something. You can't even really leave your car alone there for a night. And this is from personal experience. If you have tools in the back of your car, your window, there's probably a 50% chance your window gets broken out. And I mean, that's from personal experience. I've had lots of crew members up there.
How do you know
that I've worked with?
It's from a migrant?
Well, I would just say, just from my experience driving through there, dropping people off, it is a lot of migrants. I can't exactly say for sure, but just under assumption, I would say that if I had to guess, I would probably say it was a migrant. I can't say illegal, legal, but a lot of Trenton is, I can't say predominantly Hispanic because I highly doubt that it's probably predominantly white if I had to guess. Do you know that off the top of your head?
I don't, but here's the mystery you're trying to solve. Do you know what causes crime? It's not country of origin. It's not legal status. It's just poverty. It's just. Have you ever seen a rich person try to break out your window? No.
No, obviously not. Yeah. Okay. So Trenton, New Jersey's Hispanic or Latino, 33%. Black or African American, 44%, and 13% white. So yeah, I guess that answers my own question. I mean, at the end of the day, honestly, I give a shit less if it's illegal, legal. I don't really care if it's a crime. It's a crime. I'm just saying from my experience, those numbers seem extremely low, especially for how many people do live in those areas. It's a population of.
When you're found and convicted, that statistic is added to that sheet.
Gotcha. Okay, so do you think there's a lot of unfound crime?
Yeah, but you can look at the percentage of unsolved crimes, such as like murder. If it's like 40%, all we would have to do is double that statistic to see the representation in the unsolved murders.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then for the rest of it, do you know the statistics on that, or not too sure? I'm not expecting you to.
No.
No, absolutely. All right, cool. Well, no, I appreciate you having me on. Other than that, that's really all I got.
All right, have a good day, man.
Yeah, you as well. I appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Yellow.
Hello. My name is Dennis.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Well, yes and no. Both yes and no. And Biden, yes and no. Both of them.
Okay.
Because you always discuss the political things that is just in the States. You don't think outside the box, outside what happens outside. When it comes to Trump goes and say that Greenland is going to be ours. Canada is going to be ours. Going to say stuff like that. He's a businessman. He knows the economy. He does stuff that produces stuff to make the economy go up. So when the market in the States are good, the rest of the world is good. Even Japan has the best economy outside the US, and the third is China, and China is going up.
Okay, Trump doesn't even know how tariffs work. He's not very good at the economy.
No. The tariffs, when it comes to tariffs, you have to go to Europe to learn about tariffs.
No, you don't.
We have tariffs. Yes, we do.
Do you know who pays the tariff?
We have tariffs.
Do you know who pays the
Yep.
tariff? The foreign country or the country imposing the tariffs?
The country that makes the tariff.
Okay, so Trump says the exact opposite, and he still maintains that's the truth. Do you think he knows what he's talking about?
No, he doesn't know anything about what he's talking about. It's
Okay.
it's the U.S. that the U.S. citizens is going to be paying the tariffs.
Okay, so he doesn't know what he's talking about.
That's a tax.
And just his
that's a
rhetoric,
tax.
just his rhetoric around tariffs has made our economy eat shit. So he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Nope.
And the things he's saying does affect our economy negatively, not positively.
Yeah. I'm not a Trump supporter when it comes to that. But when it comes to business and make something long term, you have to think it long term. I'm going to be the devil's advocate or something like that. But when it comes to long term, when it comes to the Trump family, they made money, and they made a lot of money.
That's not.
Do you agree?
I don't really attribute that to Trump. Trump is Basically, he's been put on a allowance by his own bank because he just spends money so flagrantly. He just mindlessly spends his money. He's gone bankrupt multiple times. He just slaps his names on things and just hope it makes money. Trump steaks, Trump's vodka, Trump water, Trump everything. He doesn't really know how to make money or an actual solid business plan. He's just a con artist and a grifter. He's failed more times than he's won.
Yeah.
He inherited $422 million. It doesn't make him smart.
No, it doesn't make him smart at all. But the people around him, the people from 8 years ago, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, they were smart. Not the people around him today. Not today. I'm talking about the Trump that was before his first presidency. I know that he tells everyone that he built everything by himself. That's a big fuck you, because he got the money from his dad. Daddy paid. Daddy did. His first million that he made on his account came from his father. And that's a fact. Because it was his father who invested in Donald. So that's how. And when it comes to today, when it comes to the economy, you have a tax of 22% in the States.
21 on corporations.
21 on corporations. I don't give a shit about the corporate. When it comes to the private, what do you have in private?
Individual taxes are very complicated. There's no flat tax.
It's not a flat tax. We have a 32%. 32%. And we have free healthcare. We have free. When you get old, you get retirement from the state. The state pays your retirement. You don't have to save for your retirement. You can save so you get more money. Of course, you can do that, but you get paid for it. When I'm break my arm and I'm off commission, I don't work for like six weeks or 2 months. I get paid 80% from the state, just because I pay 30%. And health childcare is it's almost free. I pay $100 per month for one child.
I think you're. I don't know where we're going with this. I feel like we're just talking about whatever. Do you want to give me a reason why you support Trump?
I do it because he has a business sense. When it comes to business, he's good when it comes to the business. When it comes to the corporation,
Our economy's tanking right now because of him.
Yeah, I know. It does. But if you wait a little while and you wait 2-3 months, like 10 to a year, it's going to build up in the States. When it comes to the tariffs, I'm very sorry. That's a mistake from him. That's a big mistake. When it comes to making everything in your own country and export everything, that's a good idea. That's really good idea. When it comes to my country, we export a lot. We have Spotify, we have Skype, we have the Nobel Prize, we have everything. We export a lot of things. We have mobile phones, Bluetooth. Bluetooth comes from
Are you reading in an encyclopedia right now? I feel,
Nope.
I don't,
That's from my head. This is from my head.
I hope you have a good day, user number. I don't think this is the I. What the fuck? We have apples, we have oranges. Hey, we've got here's the alphabet. Here's my ABCs.
That was
He was just vomiting.
interesting.
Just vomiting things. Bro is a professional. He had a PhD in yappery. That guy could probably talk to anybody. I need to hire that guy to go talk to my grandma in the nursing home.
Just to keep her company.
Yeah, he could probably talk forever. Bro's from the Appalachian Mountains, if you guys are wondering what country he's from.
It's snowing. Welcome to Canada.
That guy could sell cars, dude. That guy could sell, he could sell used cars, for sure.
Maybe he does. I have no idea why my connection is so bad.
What is going on here? What is going on here? This guy's triple dipping. Guys, I'm going to move over to supporter only chat, meaning if you are a subscriber and you're like,
I'm Canadian. Check out my shirt. This is Canadian AF.
oh shit, that's dope. Guys, if you're awesome as fuck and you have a subscription, you can talk. If you're not, you can't talk. If you're kind of like this next guest and you're not a subscriber and you're not cool, you can't talk in chat.
Give me 1 second. I'm almost. I'm wiping my mouth. So give me 1 second. I'm wiping my mouth. I just got done eating pizza. I had some
It's
pizza.
Trump just finished.
This is the laughing guy, right?
No, I
Okay.
had pizza. I'm finished eating. I'm finished eating my food. Give me
Oh,
1 second.
yeah.
Yeah, basically, I just find it funny. You just assembled the Democratic Avengers. I was on here. You had Johnny Santana, Brett. You had the Avengers, the assembled Democratic Party, and I just find that funny because that's what Kamala tried to do. She tried to assemble all the mainstream celebrity big names, and we. And we all know what happened there. You know, I just find that what you did is very similar to what she did. That's all. I would just like to point that out.
I had friends.
You had the Justice League All-Star basketball team of the.
You know what they say? Hey, you know what they say? I'm kind of a big deal. People know me.
Dill
See what I did
pickle,
there?
I get it, because a big dill pickle.
And it's
dill
funny,
pickle.
yeah. It's funny because that's a pickle.
That was the
That's a
first,
joke.
That was the first good joke I ever heard from a Democratic Party. I do find that funny. And there was one thing. Oh wow, it just slipped my mind. Give me 1 second.
What the?
It just slipped my mind. Give me 1 second.
This is my favorite
let
MAGA.
me-
You're my favorite MAGA, Rich. I'm gonna tell you right now.
I appreciate it, man. We need to bridge the gap, find middle ground. Give me 1 second. I'm wiping my mouth. I need to finish this food. Give me 1 second. I need to finish.
Margie, thank you so much for the subscription. Audrey, thank you for 3 months. Thank you so much. Meg, thank you for 6 months. Holy Toledo. And Leanne with the 6 months as well. Oh my God, you guys are too sweet. Oh no. Oh no. Oh
John, what the
man.
fuck?
Oh.
John, you know what I'm gonna ask you. What the fuck?
What?
For? That's your favorite MAGA?
All right. You're up there too. You're up there too.
No, I didn't even number. It goes me, Zach's number 2. Zach's 2, right? I'm 1.
I don't know.
I'm a sub now. I'm a sub. I'm a bub. I'm literally a bub.
You are a bub.
No. We no beef. That was I was watching, I was listening, I was learning some stuff. I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then you just ruined it.
Well,
I was learning a lot from you.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god, Tracy with 3 months as well. Dude, chat, what in the world? I love you guys so much.
That's I'm gonna need you to take back that statement.
What do you think about my Super Saiyan question mark? It's pretty sweet. Not really.
Can't really see it.
Not really. It's okay.
All right, Pickles, I gotta run. I just wanted to tell you about that.
Wow.
I just wanted to clear that up with you.
All right, go on, get.
Huh?
Go on, get.
All right, bye.
So there's like different levels to like how much you like Republicans.
I thought you were about to ask me for my. Yeah, I mean, technically, yes. If you're a Republican and you are a basic subscriber, and if you're a deluxe,
it's
maybe here. Maybe.
subscription.
I'm just kidding.
I think that my favorite MAGA is Bronco.
I don't know if I've met Bronco. Mimi, thank you so much for the subscription. And Icy, thank you for the 3 months renewal. That was beautiful. Actually, it's like 6 months now. Sorry. What were you saying?
Bronco, yeah. I guess it's because like you're not up during. I don't know why he's only up. He comes onto GT's lives for like a couple of seconds, and he just like calls him just names. He just yells, and he's totally drunk. He can't say older millennial, so he's like older millennial, and it's just like, oh my god, it's so funny. And then the last time he was up, like the night before last, I think, he decided to turn on his camera. I think it was because like GT went to the AOC and Bernie thing in Denver, and Bronco was like, "You're in Denver. I saw you at that thing." And he's like, "You definitely did not see me." And he's like, "Yes, I did." And then he turned his camera on, and we're like, "Oh no, this isn't going to go well." And he showed like his like Coors Light, and then his like Denver Broncos like everything. we got like a glimpse of his room, and it was like the saddest thing ever. We're like, oh man,
no.
This is actually exactly what we expected from this poor man. It's like, but it's like he's earned his way into all of our hearts.
I would do unforgivable things to see Hoodie's apartment. I want to see what Hoodie lives in. Hoodlum?
I don't know who that is.
He's another one that makes his rounds.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty, like, it was funny because it was just like his little desk with his little computer, and then he kind of like panned over, and there's just like this one little bed. It's like on the floor, a little solitary, and it's like, I'm pretty sure that he's older, in his like 60s or something.
Oh,
this is how he gets his fun.
it's gonna be me. I'm gonna have a little spot like this, and I'm gonna have a PlayStation 7. I'm gonna tell everyone to leave me the fuck alone. Ika, thank you so much. He's always big on RTP and Felice's live. I miss Felice. Somebody asked me where Felice has been lately. She's taking a week off, but earlier during this month, I told her like I needed to do 1v1s until I was good on Rent. And now that I'm good on Rent, I am totally down to do more collabs with her. I love your lives. Much love. Thank you, Ika. Pickles the dog taxidermied in the corner. She's over there. Oh no, she's at my girlfriend's house right now. Bronco loves and obsessed with GT. I have some of those. I have somebody that watches me and comes up and harasses me about not having health insurance every other day, which is nice.
Yeah, I think I've heard that. Yeah. Once Bronco came up, just like dead sober and apologized for being such an asshole. And we were all like, oh, this is no fun. Like, we want the other Bronco. And he's like, no, man, like, I know I've called you a lot of really awful names. I'm really sorry. We're all like, shut up. Stop spewing, you're crazy.
I want to hang out with Good Trouble so bad. I need to get back in there, try to hang out with them some more.
I was in Good Trouble's live when the ban went into effect. That was wild.
Oh
That
my
was
god.
so weird. Like for us, not being in the US. It was
Oh,
like
that's
we were
right.
in there, the things were happening, and then yeah, because it didn't get banned for us, and so he had like I guess one guest up there when your like final pop-up, like we didn't get any of the pop-ups or anything either, but your final pop-up came up, and the guest was like, oh no, what's this? And then Good Trouble was like, oh my gosh, it's here. And then the guest was just like, oh, okay, well, and then she was just gone. And then Good Trouble's like, okay, well, I guess it's just me and the Canadians now. And then he was gone, but the chat was still there. And so we were like still chatting. And we're like, is it seriously just Canadians in here now? I was like, yeah. It was weird. It was so wild. It was like an apocalypse.
Yeah, I may or may not be in big trouble here in about exactly 1 week. Exactly 7 days. We might be in big trouble again.
I haven't heard anything about like are
Apparently,
they doing anything?
Oracle is in talks and advanced stages of negotiating this with TikTok, but we are not hearing any news. But I don't know. I mean, it's also because the news cycle is so insane right now. So Oracle wants to buy, yeah.
I don't think I could go through that again. Like that was emotionally traumatizing.
That was, yeah, it was financially traumatizing. I went from like 1,300 subs to like 2. You can go on PC and access to TikTok online after the ban. I don't know. I guess through a VPN or something. Still, I mean, it's just like there's gonna be so many fewer viewer or users that will be on here watching this content. I mean, if I did it, you'd see me and maybe a bunch of Canadians and some people interested abroad in our politics, but there wouldn't be any like MAGA. There'd probably be some like Maple MAGA, which might be few and far between now. You can get a VPN VAP for your phones. It's a little more complex than that, I think. You'd have to like make a new Apple ID while tricking, like spoofing your phone's location in the process. Alina, thank you so much for the sub. But yeah, some creators do subs through their own platform site. Yeah, I also have a Substack if you guys want to sub there, that's a good way to do it. I don't know. It's kind of a stretch to ask people to do that kind of stuff, but
Do you have like Twitch or no? You're on YouTube, right?
I'm on YouTube. I'm on Twitch. I'm not monetized on YouTube anymore because of medical misinformation. I have another month to go before I get that back. Substack is dope. I do want to start streaming on Substack. And if you guys want to find me on Substack and Twitch, it's on my link tree in my profile. You can go through that. If you guys want to find me after next week, that's where I'll be. Pickles should hang with GT. They're both not into grifting. Yeah, I'm a little grifty nowadays, but I try not to be. I think also him and I would be able to hang out with him in real life. He's just a cool guy.
I think so too. But I asked him. He and I we're the same age, so I told him that I die a little bit inside of it every time he refers to himself as like a dinosaur, and his response was, "Dude, I have news for you. You're about to call me a dinosaur. I don't like you anymore."
Oh, hi Lisa, are you there?
Hi, Pickles. This is Lisa.
Hi there.
Yeah, I'm here. I haven't been in a while. Sorry, I've been, well, I don't know if you remember, but I'm disabled, so I've been down for a while.
Oh no.
And I wanted to pop up and just say hello, and I've missed all you guys, and ask you a question. I was just gonna comment all this, but my comment thing says sub only.
Oh yeah.
Where I make a comment. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, so if you there's a thing you can do. It's like this little star right here. And this is a way I kind of monetize my channel. And if you want to be able to chat right now, you'd have to be a subscriber, and it costs like $3 a month. That's all that means.
Yeah.
My
Well,
next
I'm on disability, so I can't afford to subscribe right now.
That's totally fine. So like wait until my next stream, and then you'll be able
follow you.
My next stream you'll be able to chat again. It's just like right now during the last hour or so I do this, and it's just for like people with subscriber badges to talk, and and that's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I've missed you, and I just can't. Living off disability after managing 8 title insurance companies is it's it's hard to live off that.
Well, don't you worry about it. You don't have to worry at all about it. Don't you do it. Oh, I think someone even just gifted you a sub. Well, there you go. Now you can chat. Thank you so much, Leanne. Thank you so much. Well, now you're taken care of.
Thank you so much. Whoever sent that to me.
That is so awesome. Thank you so much, Leanna.
No, thank you so much, whoever that was. I can't tell who it was, but thank you so much. Now I can go in and be able to chat. Get my comments. Okay, well, you can drop me down and I'll just comment. I'm happy to be back.
All right, we're glad to have you back. I hope you're having a good day.
It's been a little while. You need to catch me up.
Oh, we will. We'll just hang out with us and.
Well, I'm here.
All right. We're glad you're back. It's good to see you, Lisa.
Okay.
Alrighty, I'm gonna boot you.
So good to see you too, Pickles.
All right, we love you. There was a little bit of an echo, so I went ahead and got you down. Thank you so much, Leanne. We love that. We love that. Meemaw energy. Nettie, thank you so much for the subscription. Here he is, chat. Here he is. Here he is, guys.
Pickle, you owe $12,000 in speeding tickets, dude. We've done research. I have people that work for me and do research. You owe $12,000 in speeding tickets. So I mean, if you don't want to address that, that's fine. I mean, I understand it's not in the lane of politics, but just transparency would be nice. Also, I seen that you know, you posted a clip of me, and so did Johnny. And basically, you know, I've been getting messages. I've gotten podcast deals. I've been getting offers off of you guys. So I just want to thank you guys. You guys thought that you cooked me and you made me look silly, but really it actually worked against you because I have deals. So now I do this for a living. Just letting you know. I'm just letting you know we're on the same page.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Hey,
so it's opened up.
Hey, if you want to help me out with those speeding tickets, my my Cash App and Venmo are in my bio.
You owe $12,000 in speeding tickets.
It's not 12,000.
You pay $12,000 in speeding tickets.
It's 1,200. Chill, daddy.
Dude, we've done research on you. We know. I know for a fact it's 12,000. I mean, I'm
12,000. That's the dude. Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure, but I was told by multiple different sources that it is 12,000 you owe.
1,200.
But maybe I'm not 100% sure on that, but I know that you do. I just know that also something that came out 2 hours ago. I don't know if you've seen it about Kamala Harris, but apparently she just signed to wrestle with WWE or something. I don't know if it's a joke, but this actually did come out 2 hours ago. I find that funny.
People better watch out. People better watch out. She's coming.
Oh, that's what I said. I couldn't believe it either. But yeah, Kamala Harris. This just happened 2 hours ago. You know, so hold on a second. Somebody's at my front door. Hold on. I don't know what the hell's going on. Hold on a second. Somebody's banging on my front door. Hold on a second. This is not it. Hold on a second.
It's another pizza.
The hell? Melfa, thank you for the sub. And Jolie, thank you for the sub as well. Thank you guys so much. Guys, it's $1,200. I wish it was 12,000. I'd be a fucking outlaw, baby. I'd be my my outlaw. I've had five stars on. Hello?
Hello? Oh, hold on. I got a podcast running at the same time. Apologize. Hello?
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Hell no, but I just have a question. What was that raptor guy talk? What was that? I've never heard that before.
Hey, he's just a normal guy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. I mean, all my friends sound like velociraptors. Definitely.
He sounds like a villain on an anime. He sounds like
you know what? Yes. Yeah, that's what it is.
He's easily he's straight out of One Piece.
Yeah, they all the bad guys have the crazy weird laughs. Definitely.
The guy's snickering doing this while he's talking to me easily.
Okay. That's awesome. Oh man. All right, thanks, Pickles. You're awesome, man.
Hey, anytime, man. Thank you. Hello?
Oh, I am so sorry. I was clicking. I'm a big fan. Appreciate what you do.
Anytime.
Down with Trump.
Love you, DJ.
Thanks a lot. Sorry.
Thanks for tapping, guys. The guy has an entrance and an exit. He does his entrance the same, and his exit has always got to be something crazy. Hello? Because I don't know what to do. We're running out of debates. I might take a little little bit of a break to eat. We've been live for 4 hours now. I think we told all the bad men how they're wrong. We told all the bad guys why they're wrong about Trump. And we got them all, guys. We saved democracy.
Did you see Trump's truths about talking to Mark Carney?
About who?
Mark Carney. It's our new PM. It's very, very different than what he usually tweets about talking to Canadian Prime Minister. First of all, he called them the Prime Minister instead of the Governor.
Trump speaks to Canada's Carney ahead of looming tariffs. I just finished speaking with Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada. It was an extremely productive call. We agree on many things, and we'll be meeting immediately after Canada's upcoming election to work on elements of politics, business, and all other factors. We end up being great for both the United States of America and Canada. Thank you for the attention on this matter.
And he says both countries. He doesn't call us one of your states.
Trump has long risked major diplomatic crisis with his threats imposed tariffs to Canada, as well as his repeat suggestions the country could become a U.S. 51st state. The call comes one day after Carney said the relationship the country has previously enjoyed with the U.S. is now over amid ongoing tensions and backlash. So Trump is trying to pretend like he didn't completely obliterate our relationship with Canada. He's doing damage control. Is he bowing?
Well, what's crazy is that Carney is our Liberal Party leader.
Huh. And I don't know much about Canada politics, but that's a twist.
He's saying like, well, we have 5 major parties, right? But right now, like we've been in a Liberal government for 10 years. But prior to getting rid of Trudeau, it was basically like a bygone conclusion that Poilievre was going to win, who's the leader of the Conservatives. And our recent polling is showing that now they were really far apart. Like the Conservatives were way ahead, but now they're actually like deadlocked, basically, and which is crazy now since Trudeau's gone. And then I think like so Carney is kind of pulling the Liberals more right, which people are like happy about, and then obviously he's just like not Trudeau. So, and then with everything that's going on in the States, people are kind of getting a little bit more annoyed, and they're like, maybe we shouldn't have a conservative government because that's not. So I thought that this tweet or whatever was interesting because it made it sound like it's a like an assumption that the Liberals are going to win again instead of the Conservatives.
Eek.
Which is like a plot twist. So
Lori, thank you for the sub, and Dan Blackroyd, thank you so much for the gifted. Welcome, Dolphin Lover. Some people are happy about it. I don't know. It sounds good. Sounds good. Let that pendulum swing. Let it swing, baby.
well, I mean, right now what we've got is a super progressive government. Well, we did before Carney, but he's like made a wartime cabinet and like crisis kind of stance on things, and it's like basically saying that like social reform and progressive ideologies and whatever are not important right now. So like that's not good, but personally I don't think that we can win either way, but go NDP.
Well, I think I might go ahead and call it and take a break. I'm actually so hungry that I can't focus. So I think I'm going to do that. Guys, I'll see you back in, give me like an hour. Give me like an hour. I'm going to do a second live, and then I'm going to be heading back to hang with Mrs. Pickles. So I will see y'all soon. Thanks for hanging out, Heather.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime.
Go ride the horse or whatever to get your food.
All right. All right. Chat, I'll catch y'all later. Y'all behave while I'm gone. And is she feeling better now? She is. She's still coughing. She's probably going to have some symptoms lasting for another week or two from the cocoa. But she's a champ. She's being a champ about it. She's being tough about it. But chat, oh, Remy, thank you so much for the auto renew as well. Thank you so much. Chat, I love yous. I will see y'all soon. I'll see you soon. Okay, bye.
See you later.